All right, well, I would like to call this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council to order. Today is Tuesday, March 30th. The time is 12:02 p.m. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means. On March 25th, 2021, in accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, I've determined that conducting meetings of the Municipal Council with an anchor location, such as the Municipal Council Chamber, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which I've made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. Utah County is currently listed as having a moderate level of coronavirus transmission as determined by the state's transmission index metrics. Health guidance levels issued by the Utah Department of Health limit gathering sizes, require masks to be worn in public settings, and strongly recommend physical distancing. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City, Shannon Ellsworth, has determined that its meetings are subject to the same risks and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web, on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. Let's see, it looks like we have, I'm trying to see if we're missing anyone. It looks like the only one I don't see at the moment is Travis Hoban, unless I missed him, so we'll excuse him for the moment. As far as counselors, I see we have Wayne Parker from the administration, and we'll excuse the mayor for the moment. The opening prayer will be provided by Counselor Shannon Ellsworth.
Our dear kind Father in heaven, we're grateful for this opportunity to meet together, to learn together, and to make decisions together that will benefit each citizen of Provo City. We pray that thou will bless us with thy Holy Spirit, that we can make good decisions and consider all of the options and what will impact different parts of our community. Father in heaven, please bless our firefighters and our police department and everyone who serves Provo City, that they can have thy blessings and safety upon them. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I just want to say I appreciate that prayer and every prayer that we have the opportunity to offer in our meetings. A note about decorum during work meeting. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Use the raise hand to indicate that you would like to speak. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. Item number 1 today will be a presentation regarding the administrative services fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget. And this will be presented by John Borgett, our Director of Administrative Services.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sewell and the Honorable Council. Today, I would just mention that earlier in March, we made a presentation for finance, justice court, and facilities, that part of administrative services. And then today we are going to be covering, we're going to start off with an overview of the city debt that Dan Follett will be leading the discussion on. And then we will switch to human resources. Daniel Softly will walk us through human resources, the division director there. And then Amanda Erkenbrack, our recorder, will walk through the recorder's budget and key issues. And then we will conclude with Kyle Hansen, who is the acting division director for information systems, while Josh Eyrig is working as the project manager for our Workday project. So with that, we will start with Dan Fogg. You're doing an overview of the city debt.
Thank you, John. If we could move forward to a couple of pages, to the page that says Provo City debt, that would be great. There we go. It looks, on my screen at least, it's a little bit hard. Okay, there it came into focus a little better. That's good. First, thank you to the council for giving us the opportunity to review debt, and we hope that we can answer any questions that you may have. We got a couple earlier today, and I'll touch upon those as I review this. This is just a schedule that shows all of the outstanding debt of Provo City, whether it be a bond, a note payable, or a lease. And this schedule is as of June 30th, 2020. And we use that date because it ties back to our latest audited financial statements. We have issued 3 other types of debt since June 30th, 2020, and I'll highlight those at the end of the presentation. But just starting out, going across, essentially down the left is a listing of each type of debt and whether or not it's a governmental activity and a bond, a note, or a capital lease, or a business type activity. And for business type, we have both bonds and notes payable. Going across the top is in the first column, we have principal balance as of June 30th. So this is the outstanding debt as of June 30th that ties back to the audited financial statements for each individual debt issuance. And then in the next column, we have a payment which includes principal and interest in every case except the note payable underneath governmental activities. There's a note payable section 108. The amount that is shown there is principal only. And it's because that is also the only variable rate debt instrument that we have outstanding right now. And the payment, the annual payment, actually varies from year to year. That said, the funding source is CDBG funding, and we anticipate that we will pay it off quicker than the 10-year repayment term that is required under the agreement. I will note that the current interest rate is very, very favorable. It's 3-month LIBOR plus 20 basis points. Current 3-month LIBOR is actually 0.2% or 0.2%. So you add the 20 basis points to that, and we're paying 0.4% on that loan right now. But I mentioned that because if you look at the 234,000, obviously if you multiply that times 10, it's something less than the 2.5 million, and that's because the payment varies. I know that even though the required payment, principal payment is 234,000 this year, we anticipate that we're going to pay closer to 350,000 is my understanding at this point in time. Moving across the top again, the original issue amount is the total amount that was issued originally when we issued the debt instrument. So for instance, on the first line, GO 2011 Rec Center bond, the original issuance there was $39 million, and I'll talk more about where that's at now too. And then the interest rate is the all-in interest rate that we're paying for that debt. The repayment term is the original repayment term that was associated with that issuance of debt. So for the 2011 Rec Center bonds, it was 20 years. And again, I'll come back and talk more about where we're at on that because we did what is known as an advance refunding on that debt. The final maturity date, that date is the date of the final payment that will pay off the debt in full on that date. And then the payment funding source is the funding source that we're utilizing to make the payment each year. And then the call date and call feature, most bonds are issued with what is known as a call date. And what that means is that we agree not to essentially refund, and refund in bond terms is essentially just refinancing. Most people are familiar with refinancing a home loan. When you refinance a bond, it's referred to as refunded, but basically the same term. But when you issue a bond, investors like to know that if they invest in that bond, that they're going to be able to hold that investment for some reasonable and known period of time. Absent that, they would request a much higher interest rate because they know that as soon as interest rates fall, their investment is going to be paid off and they're going to have to go out and in a lower interest rate environment and replace that investment. And so most 20-year bonds have a 10-year call feature. In other words, we agree not to refund the bond for 10 years. And then at the end of 10 years, we can generally refund that bond. Now, up until 2017, the Tax Act of 2017, there was the ability to do something called an advance refunding, where you were able to refund the bond. You put the proceeds essentially in an escrow account. They were invested in U.S. Treasuries, very conservative, safe investment with maturity dates that equaled the repayment terms of the bond up until the point in time that the bond could be called, generally 10 years. And you could structure those such that if interest rates fell and you could get reasonable returns on treasuries, it was advantageous to do what was known as an advance refunding. And we did that on the rec center bond because it saved the city approximately $3 million in total interest by refunding that rec center bond in 2015 before the call date of January 1, 2021. And so it saved the city as a whole. And when I say the city, it's the property taxpayers, because the source of funding for making the payment on general obligation bonds is the property tax that the residents and businesses pay. So for a taxable value, with a home with a taxable value of $200,000, it saved the resident about $4 a year over the life of the bond. $300,000, it was $6 a year. $400,000, it was $8 a year. So there was a direct benefit to our residents by doing that advance refunding. Advance refundings are no longer, they were repealed in 2017. The Treasury Department was never a fan of advance refundings because they felt like it essentially doubled the amount of debt that is tax exempt. In other words, people aren't paying federal tax and in most cases state tax on that debt. And so it was repealed. That said, I know that there are some bipartisan proposals in the U.S. Senate at present to reinstate advance refundings, but as of this day, I don't believe any of those have passed. So when you go over to the next column, it's tax status, and tax status is just what I was talking about. Generally, the city is able to issue tax exempt debt, and where we are able to issue tax exempt debt, we generally prefer to, because investors are willing to accept a lower interest rate on the tax exempt investment, the tax exempt bonds or debt or leases, because they don't have to pay federal tax. And if they're a Utah resident or they're in a state that has an agreement with Utah, generally they are exempt from state income tax on that interest income that they receive. And so in most cases, we issue tax exempt debt. And then in the far right-hand column, you can see the various ratings as they stand today for the various debt issuances. And Provo is a highly rated entity. You can see most of our ratings are AA or AA plus. And for sales tax revenue bonds, we actually have a AAA rating, which is the best you can receive. So I mentioned a little bit about the rec center bond and that we refunded it. You can see that as of June 30th, 2020, the amount that was not refunded was $1,890,000. That was actually paid off on January 1 of this year. So the 2011 bond has been paid in full, and what is remaining is the refunded bond, the 2017 issuance of $24,550,000. The next line down, you can see the GO City Facilities Bond, and we have made some progress on that already. It's a 20-year bond, but it's down to $63,725,000. The line item below that is the telecom sales tax bond. It was $16,105,000 as of June 30th. It's down to, I think, $13,675,000 now because we made a payment in February. That is the bond that we used to build the fiber network that was sold to Google Fiber. And the source of revenue for that bond in terms of making the payment is the telecom debt fee that's on the energy bill. And it's anticipated that fee, which is $535 a month for most residents, will go away when we make the final payment in February 15th of 2026. And then you can see the cemetery bond below that. The next are a couple of note payables. The first one is a note payable related to the property that we bought for the sports park in 2019. The next note payable is Section 108. It's money that will be utilized for the new airport terminal, and it's through CDBG and Section 108. The next three items are capital leases. The first one is Provo 360. So that is the funding we utilize for the software and implementation of Provo 360. The fire apparatus 2017, we purchased a ladder truck and a fire engine. The fire apparatus 2019, we purchased a ladder truck and a heavy rescue truck with that funding. And these leases are structured as lease purchase. In other words, the city will own the software and own the fire trucks at the end of the lease. And so some people may ask, well, why do you use a lease? Why wouldn't you use just a regular loan if you own the property at the end? Well, we use a capital lease because we can structure it as a tax exempt instrument, and therefore we're able to get a lower interest rate because it's tax exempt. Whereas if it were a loan, it would be taxable and we would pay a higher rate. So it's more advantageous from an interest rate expense perspective. And then down below, we have the bonds and the notes payable related to the business type activities. And so you can see there that we have bonds related to stormwater, water, and wastewater, the energy system revenue bonds, which were issued to build the new energy facility, and then airport sales tax revenue bonds. Those proceeds were utilized to make improvements at the airport that supported Duncan Aviation and other businesses that will utilize the airport. And then finally, a note payable to UDOT for $5 million, and that will be repaid with MAG revenues, and the proceeds will be utilized for the airport. And in fact, I mentioned that there was some additional debt that had been issued since the June 30th, 2020 deadline. And that is one of the areas where we actually increased it from $5 million to $10 million and lowered the rate from, I believe, 1.61% on the original $5 million to 0.79% on the entire $10 million. And so I've represented that the rate on that $5 million, and of course the additional $5 million that's in the notes, is at 0.79%. We also did a capital lease of just over $500,000 for equipment, to maintenance equipment at the golf course. and it is a capital lease and it's tax exempt. And then finally, we signed an agreement with the Department of Water Quality for approximately $75 million. It was 77, 2 million of it, I think, is forgivable. It is at 0.5%. At present, we have almost nothing outstanding on that because the way the loan is structured is we will make draws and pay interest as we make draws. And I have spoken with Public Works, and they've indicated that they are anticipating making about a $5 million draw here very shortly, and that'll be the first draw on that loan. So at a high level, that's the debt overview. I would welcome any questions either now or after the meeting that council may have.
Mr. Hanley?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Follett. Could you explain to me what do we know what our overall, do we have an overall city rating for our debt? Or is it all only broken down by these individual?
I would say, well, probably the best overall rating is the sales tax rating that we receive, because that indicates kind of the health of the city, the health of the economy, the level of sales tax revenue that we receive as a city, which is a major source of funding. And that's a AAA rating. The reason that the other ratings are different is they actually go in, and when we intend to repay, for instance, a revenue bond with revenues from the water system, they go in and rate the water system and the structure, the rate structure we have there, the health of the system, how well it's managed, et cetera. And so that's why some of those ratings are different. So on the GO bonds, you can see that we have AA plus under S&P there, where we have AAA for sales tax revenue bonds. And basically what we hear consistently on our ratings for GO bonds is that we would likely need to be a larger city to receive a AAA rating, but we're one step below that at AA plus. And so all of these ratings are very healthy ratings for a city the size of Provo, if I can put it that way.
Thank you. I guess I just, as I always hear concerns about our debt, and I'm just, for the sake of the public, glad to hear more about what your perspective is on whether or not we have a healthy ratio of debt, whether or not we're in any sort of worrisome territory at all. Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, there's a maximum debt limit, and I don't have it in front of me right now, but there is a maximum debt limit for general obligation bonds that the city's allowed to enter into, which is, I believe it's 4% of the total assessed valuation of real property in Provo city limits. And I don't know if John or David, either one, have that in front of you right now. But if not, I can look it up and I can send that to you. But we're well below what the maximum limit is. And so Provo, on a nationwide basis, is considered to be quite conservative with respect to the level of debt and the use of debt within the city.
That's always been my impression, but I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, back to you, Dan. What's the next step here?
Okay, I will turn the time over to, I think it's Daniel Softly, who is going to make a presentation on human resources.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I'm next up. Appreciate the opportunity to meet with the council annually and to give them an update on what Human Resources has been up to in the last year, and then our budget needs for this coming year. So let's start with what we've been doing last year. If you can go to the next slide. Do I control those? Okay, thank you. When John gave me the assignment, one of the things he wanted to talk about is some of the major activities that HR has been involved in this last year. And there's really two that have taken up the vast majority of our time outside of our normal regular duties. And obviously the first one is spearheading the pandemic response internally. The pandemic leave policy was something that took a lot of HR's time this last year. We had to follow the federal law, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, had to go through that significant piece of legislation and make sure that our policy was consistent with that. And then also just tracking the usage of that leave so that it would be eligible for reimbursement for CARES Act money, et cetera. A large part of our time was also spent coming up with mitigation strategies. That involved making sure that we understood the guidelines from the CDC, and as they updated, you're talking about exposures, quarantine times, who should be exposed or who should be quarantined, what is the definition of a close contact, etc. And then once we became aware of those, we worked with the departments, and good credit to the department heads for doing this in their areas, but contact tracing, making sure that people that had been exposed or had tested positive were immediately quarantined, and then coming up with the policy on return to work practices. We did have our fair share of COVID cases in the city, but when we do our contact tracing, we discovered that most of those were outside. We did not have anything that I would consider an outbreak within the city itself due to exposure to, fellow employees who were coming to work sick. And a large part of that was the policy that we put in place with the pandemic leave to make sure that those who were sick did not come to work sick. And so that helped mitigate that a lot. I believe it could have been a lot worse than what we did experience. Any questions on the pandemic response before I move on to our Workday project? Okay. I'm not seeing any unless someone can. Okay. The second major item that has taken up the rest of my staff this last year is the implementation of the Workday system for human resources. We have been going full bore on getting this project for anticipated go live by the end of June. Just as a reminder, the Workday project is going to be, that Workday system is going to be replacing a lot of our disparate systems, our time tracking, our PeopleSoft, our core HCM. Ultimately, it will take the place of our performance appraisals and our course tracking for training as well. So we are in the throes of trying to get it to work. Right now, we're in our configuration and testing phase. We're just moving into testing. We have spent the last year getting up to speed, figuring out how the system works, getting it configured, getting it tested. I'm happy to report that we believe that the city made an excellent choice in the system that we ended up going with. Workday is a system that is highly recognized. It looks like it's going to be able to do everything that we needed it to do. The issue is just getting it configured and getting it online. As a city as our size and the disparate employee groups that we have, it takes a lot of effort to do that. Adding to that is obviously with the COVID pandemic this last year, that's been 100% remote. There has been some issues with that, but we've all been moving forward on that as well. So any questions on our Workday efforts this last year? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. No one's telling me that there's hands up, so I'm going to move forward. So that gets to the council's budget questions. If we can go to the next slide. The first question is how HR relates to the city's general plan goals. The one that we've used for several years, I think, is highly applicable to us, where our objective is to assist in the development of highly trained, competent, dedicated, and fairly compensated public employees. Now, there's a lot that goes into that. Obviously, the act of getting paid is we have payroll internally in HR. We also have recruitment efforts. So when positions become available, we lead the effort to outreach, find candidates, do our pre-employment testing and our hiring process. We want to make sure that we are consistent with applicable labor laws, making sure that we are attracting the best people that we can. We also look at our employee benefits on an annual basis. That includes our medical, our dental, our retirement, our leave accruals. Compensation is another large component of what we do. I lead a market comparison annually of other public sector agencies up and down the Wasatch Front. We look at our advancement practices and make sure that we have good practices in place to attract and retain employees. In addition to these, we have wellness programs. We have our performance appraisal system, our employee training, accident reporting and workers' compensation. So when an employee is hurt on the job, we want to make sure that we're getting the information quickly so that we can meet those employees' needs, both medical and financial, if that is the case. We also spend a lot of time on policy development and employee relations. This is making sure that employees have due process, investigations are conducted. We have oversight of the disciplinary process to make sure that employees are treated fairly and that the needs of the city are also fairly being met. The question that we had every year is, if given more budget, where would you focus your efforts? If you can go to the next slide, essentially the area that is waiting for us to be done with the Workday project and to get settled is to enhance our supervisor training. We have an outline in place of what we'd like to do. We just don't really have the bandwidth right now to fully implement that, particularly with all the other changes that we are going to be having with a new Workday system. But in the future, that is one area that we would love to enhance, to develop materials, incentivize non-supervisors to take courses, preparing our employees for succession within the organization. Okay, any questions on that so far? Nope. Okay. Are there important needs being unfunded or underfunded? At this point, the answer to that is no. Supplemental money last year, we also did not have any. And so the last part of this is budget items for the new fiscal year. One of the items, this is not necessarily in our HR's budget, but it is one that I do support. IS, and I think Kyle will speak to this later. In the IS division, there is a request to provide for a new position of a Workday support. This is a systems analyst in IT that will be responsible for helping make sure that Workday remains up and running. They would be responsible for making sure if there's issues with our integrations or queries, getting data out, all of this, this position would be responsible for that. This position was included over a year ago when we gave the 7-year synopsis of how much it would cost versus staying on the new system. This position was included in that analysis as a need. And so at this point, it's our request is that we fund it so that once we go live, we'll have an internal support for that. As far as other budget items for the next year, similar to last year, we appreciate the council's continued support of efforts for fair compensation. There are some changes that we need to make this year along those lines. The first one on the item here is updating our pay table. So just as kind of a reminder to the council, in section 4 of city code, specifically 404050 is where our pay table is published. We currently have 2 types of grades on that pay table. We have our grade and step system. These are 40 pay grades that have defined steps. The grades are 5% apart. The steps are 2.5% apart. the vast majority of the city's 200 plus classifications are assigned to a particular pay grade. And as we do the market every year, we make adjustments to which grades they are assigned. So for example, if a position is assigned to grade 20, but the market decides that it should be a grade 21, we will adjust that position accordingly. At this point, we have up to 40 pay grades, but in reality, I think the lowest position, full-time position in the city is assigned to a grade 17 or 15 or 16, somewhere around that area. The highest one we have is a grade 40. Where we need to update the pay table is the positions that are at grade 40 need to be assigned to a grade 41 or a 42, grades which don't currently exist. And so we need to expand out the pay table so that we can adjust accordingly. If we don't, then those positions are stuck in an under market position. The only other way to adjust the pay table is to make wholesale adjustments to it, vis-a-vis like a cost of living to the whole table. So we need to, one of the things that will be presented in the budget is an updated pay table that adds grades 41 through 44. Based on the market, I only need up to grade 42, but I'd like to, have the flexibility to have it there in case we need it in the future. The second part of our pay table that needs to be updated is the management grades. The management has 9 separate grades that are assigned. All of the management positions, these are the department heads, and then the division directors are assigned to a management grade. Rather than assigning new grades, we don't typically move a position from one grade to the other. There's a balance that we've been comfortable with, and we've managed to slot those accordingly. But every 4 years or so, as the market moves, rather than creating new management grades, we go in and make adjustments to the management grade table. The last adjustment that we made was back in 2017. We increased the top and the bottom of those grades by 10%. And that's typical about a 2.45 if you're looking cumulative increase each year for the last 4 years. That's consistent with how we've been moving positions that are on grade and step. But we need to make an adjustment to the management pay table, or we will be putting those director positions in a under market position as well. Okay, any questions on that? Okay, I'm going to move forward then. If you can go back, we're not quite done there yet. A couple of things, the grade adjustments, I touched on those. We do our annual grade study, so those adjustments will be accounted for in the upcoming budget as well. And then the one thing that I wanted to at least put onto the council's radar, I do not believe that this is going to be an issue this year, is there were several legislative bills that went forward, including a federal one, but then also a couple at the state level where they were talking about proposals for minimum wage increases. It looks like that effort has stalled for now, but we did look at cost options, the impact, just so the council is aware. Our full-time staff are all comfortably within the proposed, even the most aggressive proposals for minimum wage increases. Where we have our greatest amount of potential for cost to the city are in our part-time positions, particularly in Parks and Rec, and then to a lesser degree in the library. And we have costed those out. The smallest proposals had a $9.50 minimum wage increase. That was a minimal effect to the city. But once you started going into a minimum wage increase of $12 for part-timers or $15 an hour, then you started to see an adjustment to the city needed of a minimum of $550,000 up to, at the most aggressive, $1.5 million. So that's something that should be at least aware of. We will continue to monitor those bills, and of course anything at the federal level. So, okay. Dave, are you talking? If you are, you're on mute.
Sorry, Councilor Harding's hand went up just as you were transitioning topics there.
Okay.
Just an observation. I don't feel strongly about this, but just kind of from an outsider looking in on this, it seems to me to make sense kind of the way that the management grades are done, or maybe I should say it the other way, that the way that the main grades are done, seems interesting. I guess, I don't know if strange is a better word, but if your lowest grade is 16 and your highest is 40, and now we're opening, going up to 44 or whatever, is there any thought to readjusting that so the lowest is 1 and the top is 30 or something, rather than continually sliding it up? And again, it's not a major concern. It's just kind of scratching my head a little bit.
Sure. It's a good question. It looks odd because you would think that you would go to the bottom. I think at some point that's not a bad idea. The issue is right now, I look at the grades and the numbers assigned to them as just that. They're identifiers and they're numbers. Although the obsessive compulsive portion of me is on the same page as you, where it's like, why do we have the lowest grade 15? The reality of it is, because the system is set up the way it is, in order to, we first have to implement the new grade, and everyone in the system is assigned to a new grade. And so if you've got 1,500 employees, you have to not only create the new grade, but you also have to enter data and make sure it comes across for everybody to be assigned the new grade name. And so there's a significant amount of work for not really any benefit other than the optics of it being a grade 1 instead of a 15. At some point, though, it may get to that where it looks completely ridiculous, and that OCD side of me takes over, and we say, let's make that happen. So. Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Daniel.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. So this will just be a brief overview of what's going on in my office. If you'll go to the next slide, please. So this year we have our municipal election, which we're looking forward to. We'll have 4 seats up for election, as most of you know. And we're working with the county on that. We've been working on negotiating that contract and getting things in line. So we're looking forward to that. Our candidate declaration period will be in June. And then our grammar requests, I talk about this every year, but they just keep increasing and they're changing. It's more requests for technology-based records like emails and text messages, and they're becoming more and more time consuming. And I should mention that this chart here does not represent the number of requests that our police department handles. They actually receive their requests separately. So this is for the rest of the city. And just within this last year, we've actually identified someone in almost every department who is a certified records officer, and they went through the training and took the test. And so we have someone who understands what records they're dealing with and what the retention period is. And it's really helped in responding to grammar requests because we're all on the same page a little bit more. So that's been great. Aside from meeting with you guys every Tuesday, my favorite part of my job is OnBase. OnBase is the system that we use for council agenda. Most of you are familiar with it. And we are currently, anything that doesn't fit into Workday, the system that Daniel was just speaking about, if it doesn't fit into Workday or it doesn't fit into Cayenta or one of our other systems, we're building these workflows in OnBase. Me and 2 others from IS got certified this year. I guess it was actually last year. And we are doing all of this in-house, which is saving us a significant amount of money. And it's been a really fun project to work on. So we're looking forward to those going live in June when Workday does as well. And then right now, in preparation for our new building, we are trying to clean out the vault and trying to evaluate our records and consider what makes sense to keep here and what would be better off at the state archives or the record center. So we've been working on that. Janine's in the vault every day going through things, boxing things up. So hopefully by the time our building is ready, we will have a little bit less to move. Next slide, please. So some of the ways we are meeting the goals of the general plan. As I mentioned, our grammar request, we are responding within an average of 2 business days, which is really good. Every department's been so great to work with, and we're just responding to those quickly. In fact, last week I had someone stop by my office and just tell me how grateful he was that we were so transparent and so easy to work with. He hadn't had the same experience elsewhere. So I think we do a really good job in that area. We are also working on with Provo City Library, actually. It's kind of fun to see how the cities come together to help us with this, but the library has taken some of our photos from the vault and they're working on digitizing those. So I'm excited to get those online, make those available to the public. A lot of them, we don't know when they were taken or where they were taken. So we're kind of playing with ideas on how to maybe get the public involved and get feedback and where did this photo come from? So that's been really fun. We are also, if you've been to provoconnect.com, it's our new website. Janine, every month she writes an article, something related to Provo history, and she's posting it on that website. So eventually we'll have a long list of fun and exciting things about Provo's history. And then we do meet weekly. We have a PIO group that meets weekly. It's about 20 plus people from every department. And it's been a really good way to just get to know what the public's looking for. What type of information do they want to see? What's going on? It's hard to manage every social media site that's out there. It's hard to, have a pulse on that. So it's been really great to hear from other departments as far as what people are needing and what people are looking for. So that's been great. Next slide, please. And then as far as the budget goes, we didn't receive any supplementals last year. We don't need any this year. And I feel like we're doing well with what we have. So that's everything I had for you, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. Okay, great.
Thank you, Amanda.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today and present information systems and some of our budget needs this year. If you want to start with the first slide. So I just briefly wanted to touch on information systems and our role in the COVID-19 response for the city. Obviously, the big thing that happened last year was the move to remote work and working from home. So I just want to highlight a couple areas here. So the IS team was able to use Microsoft Teams. It was actually a product that was included in our Office 365 subscription. We were able to implement that within a couple weeks, get people working from home almost immediately using that as a collaboration tool. We also had some remote access systems that were in place for accessing city systems from home. Those had been used a little bit, mostly by, field workers. We were able to leverage those systems, and we actually quadrupled the usage of those systems with no downtime, no failures. So it was a huge win for the technology we had implemented already. Additionally, there was a lot of fluidity with the phone system. We had to get customer service set up for taking calls remotely. We had to forward people's city phone numbers to their cell phones because they weren't working from home. There was constant change in business operation, the library, for example, changing their business hours and what services they had available. So those required us updating their phone trees on a pretty significant basis. So we had a lot of work there for a couple of weeks, and I just wanted to recognize our team's efforts there and let you know all the hard work we were doing behind the scenes. Next slide, please. So looking at the general plan, I just wanted to touch on a few areas where IS is helping advance the city's vision. The first one here is with provo.org. That's the city website. So we've just recently undertaken an effort in coordination with the mayor's office and the PIO group to look at a redesign of the provo.org website. So we're exploring options that change the look, feel, and function of that website to make it more modern, make it more exciting. And it's lacked a significant upgrade in a number of years, and so that's something we really want to do in the coming months. We have been playing an integral role with the public safety building and city hall project. Obviously, there's a lot of technology systems that are in that building, AV, security, other things, and then exploring the functionality of moving our entire operation over there. So we're going to have to move every piece of IT infrastructure out of this building into the new one. So that's something that we're heavily working on, exploring the logistics and trying to minimize downtime and impact to our residents as we go through that process. Looking at the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, we have activated that this year a couple of times, and a lot of our hard work there and coordinating with Chris Blinzinger and the Emergency Operations team to ensure that our city systems stay operational. One of the things we also did was move our 311 operation during the earthquake and actually operate them out of a different facility, which is something that we have planned for and never actually implemented. So it was good to see that operation be able to move into function with a change of environment. We're continuing to work on the continuity of operations plan with the emergency response group as well. Moving forward, over the last year, we've had some incidents at the city center, protests, incidents of vandalism and theft. And so we've been able to assist the police department with installing additional security cameras and resources at this facility to help monitor and give them more of a tactical view of some of those situations as they're unfolding. Additionally, we worked with Fire Station 22. That went live last year. We coordinated all the technology installs there, including the fire alerting system. With wastewater, we helped them by virtualizing a lot of their systems. They were on old physical servers. We've now moved those into our city data center, which allows for a greater backup, greater ability to recover in the event of an emergency. So that was a huge plus to their infrastructure. And we also are working with them on their plant rebuild. There's a lot of fluid parts with that project. As you can imagine, they take buildings offline all the time. And so we've been able to improve the resiliency of their communications out there, and then are working hand in hand with their contractors to ensure that proper communications are up and running. And then finally, we're playing a similar support role with Provo Airport. Obviously, it's a new and exciting facility, and so we're making sure that all of the necessary technology systems are in place and that those are ready to go for when that facility opens next year. All right, next slide, please. So looking back to last year and to our budget, we did in IS have a few budget cuts. Specifically, our training and travel was one of the big items that we were cut. So as you can imagine, working in IS or IT is a very skilled position and requires a lot of technical training, attending conferences, other things to evaluate new technologies and new options. And so we want to make sure that there's a consideration for returning those dollars, particularly as travel comes back. A lot of those conferences are held outside of Utah, and so it's always great to be able to go and meet with industry professionals in other locations as well. Some of our operational costs as well, we took some hit. A lot of those were preventive maintenance items where we felt like for that year we could probably go a year without doing those. Obviously, there's risk by not doing some of those maintenance items, so we want to consider those being put back into our budget. We also had a part-time help desk position that was unfilled at the time when we were looking at budget cuts, so we went ahead and left that position unfilled, but that's a necessary position to help maintain city operations, and particularly as we start looking into logistics of changing facilities, having additional resources and help with that is always greatly appreciated. And then I just wanted to finally point out that last year, none of our supplemental requests were funded as a result of the budget downturn. Okay, next slide. Oh, sorry, there's a question.
You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
I don't necessarily need to interrupt you right now, but I would appreciate an answer to this question at the right time. and that is, how do you feel about the quality or the level of our city's cybersecurity with our systems, specifically our ability to avoid problems with ransomware?
Sure. Actually, I have a supplementary request that might be a good way to transition to that. So I'll try to adjust it here in a minute.
Okay.
So looking at some supplementary requests that we have for this year, in addition to bringing our training and travel dollars back that were cut in the previous year, as we were reviewing those, we realized they were out of alignment with our full-time employee account. The reason for that is we've added positions, but haven't necessarily added the necessary training and travel dollars for those positions as they've been added to IS. So we've put in a supplemental request to align that so that each full-time employee within IS has the same travel and training benefit. Then moving on for our systems group. So I know Daniel softly mentioned this earlier about Workday. That was included in the plan for the project. IS resourcing right now doesn't really accommodate for this Workday system. So we're looking to add an analyst to help manage that. There's going to be about 30 plus different integrations with that Workday system, from benefits to payroll to taxes. And we need to have somebody who can manage those connections and make sure that they are functioning correctly and properly. There's also going to be modifications post go live that need to be changed with the system as we have change in our benefits or changes in tax or pay rates, and having somebody with the skill and expertise to update those systems will be very important moving forward to really get the full value out of the Workday solution that the city's invested and purchased. We've also are asking for some money to support our server infrastructure. This is so the typical lifespan of a server is about 3 years. So this funding would help cover a gap in support to try to stretch to a 5-year support window for our servers, which we think is a very cost-effective solution. It's a lot cheaper to try to get a couple years out of an existing piece of hardware than buying a new one. We also are looking at, right now we have 2 different standards for email within the city. We would like to, and with the support of the information or of the administration, bring everybody to the same platform for Office 365. So that would give them the full suite of Microsoft Office, Word, Outlook, Excel, Microsoft Teams, as we mentioned before, which has become an important collaboration tool for the city. It also allows employees to install those on other devices, so that would give them greater flexibility for remote work and that operation. We also are looking to increase our backup archive retention periods. So currently we back up things for 90 days, and so we're hoping to receive additional funding to do longer term backups. Speaking to cybersecurity, this allows us to create an archive image of a backup that can't be changed or altered. So in the event that a city system is compromised, we would have a backup that we know is protected. So that's a huge benefit for our cybersecurity posture. And then finally, City View analyst position. So this, again, we have the City View system is the system primarily responsible for permitting and for licensing. There's a constant need for upkeep and maintenance of that system, updating licenses, patches, and those types of things. And we've found that we could benefit from having another resource in the IS organization to oversee that. All right, next slide, please. All right, so a couple security items that we've asked for here. First is an email security gateway. What this is a system that will actually checks email as it comes into the city to try to verify or identify phishing attempts. We've seen a dramatic increase of those over the years. A couple years ago, we did an internal security test and found that employees do click on those links sometimes and do provide their credentials. So this is just an added level of security to help protect the city's information resources. And then the other one is it's an upgrade to a system we already have that will allow us to ensure that Windows updates and other important software updates are installed on our workstations throughout the city. This is, we rely on people to install Windows updates and to do those types of things. But as I imagine most of you probably, when you see that restart your computer to install updates message, you probably just ignore that and push that off. So this allows us to ensure that those ones that are critical get installed and that we can verify that they've been installed on computers. Generally speaking, in terms of cybersecurity, the city maintains a pretty robust cybersecurity infrastructure. We have outside consultants that we rely on to do testing. We just recently, and I believe John had touched on cybersecurity in a previous meeting, but we have a cybersecurity analyst position that's a full-time position. We have recently hired a new individual who's starting next week to be in that role. And so we look to them to set sort of the policy and direction and ensure that the city is complying with the cybersecurity needs. Sorry, moving on to GIS, we have a request to fund the purchase of aerial imagery. The county provides aerial imagery that's of low quality every other year. So what we would like to do is get funding to get aerial imagery in those other years that would be higher in quality. As you know, Provo is constantly changing, lots of construction projects. So it's very valuable not only to development, but also to public works and to power and some of these other organizations to have updated aerial imagery as they plan for new projects throughout the city. And then finally, we have a request to buy a web automation tool. What this will do is ensure that the content on provo.org is of good quality. It identifies the pages that need to be updated. It will find broken links and identify those so we can fix those, and also search for grammatical typos and that type of thing. So just create a better provo.org experience, particularly as we considered the redesign and the look and feel. It would be good to ensure that moving forward that provo.org continues to be a good source of information. So that concludes my presentation. So if there are any questions.
All right, thank you, Kyle.
Thanks.
See, are there, John, are there other parts to this presentation?
No, unless there are questions from the council, that concludes the budget presentation for administrative services.
All right, well, thank you very much, John, and all of your presenters on this. We would like to move on to item number 2, and we welcome Councillor Travis Hoban and the mayor, who joined us very early in this presentation earlier. Item number 2 is a resolution appropriating $105,000 from Wildland Fire Response Revenues into the fire department and the general fund for an employee salary adjustment warranted by a recent salary market study. And it looks like you're up again, John, on presenting on this one.
Yes, I'll kind of start things off. I would just mention that I'm just going to kind of give a high-level overview, and then we're going to give Daniel Softly an opportunity to talk specifically about the market and the evaluation that was done there. And then I would also mention that Jeremy Hedman is also available. Chief Miguel is out of town, but Jeremy's here if there's any questions specifically from the fire department. But as Daniel kind of mentioned in his budget presentation, we have done on a regular basis what we call our market grade study. What that does is Daniel and his team goes in and they look closely at the market, determine if any of our positions are out of the market, their ranges are out. And we've normally done that every year, but last year with COVID, the whole world was kind of turned upside down, and a lot of places were determining whether, there are a lot of places in the market, they were letting positions go. There was a big question on what the impact to the budget's going to be with the revenues decreasing significantly. And so as Daniel kind of talked with others, as we kind of sensed it, the decision was made that we weren't going to do any market grade adjustments last year. And the sense was that the wages hadn't really increased significantly as a result of COVID. But as we've looked at things this year, and the fact that it's now been 2 years since we've implemented a market grade study, we've found that there are a number of positions that are out, and particularly fire. And normally, and Daniel had mentioned this too, we normally do our market grade studies and have them be part of the budget, and we have it effective in July when we go into our new budget year. But with fire, as we looked at theirs and as we've seen some changeover in positions, and as we looked at starting to recruit, we're so far out of the market that we've got some recruiting concerns. And so the decision was made that this is something that we need to look at now. I would mention that all the other positions that are part of the market grade study, we will bring back with the budget, and those will be part of the budget, and we'll have a future discussion on those. But this is something that we feel is really important. And so what I would like to do is just turn a little time over to Daniel to kind of walk through and give you a little bit more information on that. And then after he's done, I'll talk briefly about the resolution and the appropriation that's before you. So Daniel, if you want to take it from here, I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, John. So essentially, I echo everything that John just said there. The reason why we're here today is we have seen a lot of movement in public safety over the last 2 years, starting with police, but also then expanding into, the fire service. So agencies have made significant adjustments the last 2 years, and because we did not make any adjustments last year, it's kind of put us in this situation that we're in. In a nutshell, based on our annual study, our Provo Fire Department is behind. So the question then is, why don't we wait until the beginning of the fiscal year and make adjustments all of then? And I think there's some compelling reasons to move forward now. And I will say that we have done this before, not to the extent where we needed an appropriation, but we have made off-cycle market adjustments that can be absorbed into existing budgets because of vacancies, et cetera. And so the going outside of the beginning of the fiscal year is not altogether unusual. But there are some needs for fire that I want to make sure the council understands, which is why this request is being made. Our staffing levels right now, we are anticipating 9 vacancies in the service, 5 of which won't be filled by July 1st. There's a lot of reasons for that. Primarily, the fire department has some retirements coming up. There's also a smattering of other issues, medical issues with an employee or a career change decision for others. And that is going to be putting us in a situation where by July 1st, we have to increase our staffing or get our staffing level back up to where it needs to be. These are not new positions. These are existing vacancies that will need to be filled. And so as we've gone out into the recruitment, into the market to recruit, one of the trends that I am seeing here, and again, I've been with the city for 20 years now, is because we are behind in the market, we have ended up having to hire more EMTs than paramedics. The EMTs they don't have the same qualifications. They provide less services. It also starts to impact if we hire too many EMTs as opposed to paramedics themselves. It starts to create issues for our minimum staffing levels. My understanding, and Jeremy could probably speak to this a little bit better than I can, but as far as needing X amount of paramedics on an ambulance, and so if we hire too many EMTs, we're not able to roll those same ambulances. And so right now we have 8 EMTs on staff that we've brought in as far as some of our most recent recruitments over in the last several months or in the last year or so. That is a significant shift from where we've been in the past, where we've been able to hire paramedics directly. And in addition to the less services, until they get up to speed on paramedic, there's other training costs associated with that. you have to be able to send them to a paramedic school. There's tuition associated with that. There's the missed shifts that they could be working as a paramedic, as opposed to having to go to school. And the estimated cost of bringing on an EMT as opposed to a paramedic can run you anywhere from $30,000 to $35,000 a year. And so obviously there's an incentive to hire a paramedic over an EMT. Part of the EMT issue is there are only so many spots available in paramedic school as well. So we bring them on, and these are very qualified, quality individuals, but they have to sort of wait their time to go back to get into the paramedic school. So there are also some recruitment pressures that the city is facing sooner than later. Some of the agencies around us in Utah are increasing their headcount. They are hiring paramedics, and so that just makes more people competing for fewer numbers of paramedics out there. I think according to Chief Miguel, there are significant openings available in Unified Fire. There are also significant openings in some of the smaller agencies around us that are growing in size and population. And so they're adding those services and competing for those paramedics. Now, as far as where we're currently at, we're not currently losing to other agencies, but it doesn't mean that we're not vulnerable. We look at where we start, how we advance, where we top off. And right now, based on the data that I was able to find, that we are vulnerable to the losing those paramedics. So we don't want to do that. We are also competing for paramedic graduates in May. So we are looking to have these market adjustments in place so that as those graduates come out of the school, we're in a better position to attract them to Provo. Next slide, please. So the proposed remedy is we made it a proposal includes increasing our starting pay, increasing our grades, and then creating an additional level for advancement. We want to encourage our fire personnel to increase their capabilities, and as we do that, they can advance to another level. This is very similar to what we did for the police. Time goes by fast, but I think that was 1.5 years, maybe 2 years ago, where we implemented a master officer program that has been very successful for the police department. We'd be doing something similar for the fire department. And then as part of that, to formalize our lateral transfer program. This is a growing trend in public safety as you end up having individuals who are, you have more positions than you have candidates. Departments are having a lateral program or a formalized lateral program in order to attract qualified people from other agencies. And we want to make sure that ours is consistent and that we are competitive in that realm as well. All of the costs of the proposed remedy, the total cost is accounted for in the upcoming budget, but there is a $105,000 shortfall to get, if we were to make these adjustments in mid-April, to get us through the end of the fiscal year. And so the mechanism is to appropriate $105,000 from the revenues that were brought in from the Wildland Fire Response team to help adjust these costs. And John can speak to more for that, but essentially the $105,000 is to implement these sooner than later and to bridge the gap between now and the beginning of the fiscal year. John, did you want to speak more about the finance aspect of that?
John, can you pull up the resolution on the screen, please? While he's pulling that up, I would just mention that Chief Miguel reached out to me as we were looking at the impact, and he just said this is something that is so significant and so important for fire staff that we have this money that we've raised in previous years as a balance with the Wildland Fire Response Revenues, and he said he would be more than willing to provide that to help fund this, getting us through the rest of the fiscal year. And so I would just mention that this has been noticed, And we are recommending an appropriation of $105,000 from the Wildfire Response Revenues into the fire department and the general fund for the employees' salaries adjustments warranted by a recent market study. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions. The plan, I believe, is that we also have this on the agenda, on the action agenda this evening, just because of the urgent nature of this and how critical we think it is that we're able to move so that we can recruit and be competitive with our fire salaries. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Fillmore?
Thank you, gentlemen. It seems like it's entirely necessary. Unless we need any more information, I'm certainly fully supportive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll be voting on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on now to item number 3, which is a presentation regarding the police department's fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget. And this item will be presented by Police Chief Rich Ferguson.
Sorry, I just realized I'm supposed to make Chief Ferguson a co-host so he can share his screen.
Okay, thank you.
Is he here in the meeting? I'm not seeing him in the list of attendees, but
Now that you mention it, I'm not either. I think we are about seven minutes ahead of schedule, so maybe
Yeah, I
maybe
know.
he hasn't.
I know he was planning to join at 1:30, so let me hurry and just reach out to him.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I actually see him. He just joined, so he's in the list of attendees now. So we're just bringing him in. Okay, Chief Ferguson, we've made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen. If you have, I don't know if you have any video content in your presentation, but if so, when you start your screen share, just make sure to click Share System Audio.
All right, Chief, if you're ready to go, we're anxious to hear from you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. Well, members of the Council, Mayor Kafusi, thank you for having me today to present the Provo Police Department fiscal year 2021-22 budget. See if I can get this working. I'm not, oh, here we go. Okay, so in the next few slides, I'm going to talk about ways that we in the police department are helping the city to achieve the goals which are listed in the general plan as far as the police department goes. Again, I'm sorry, I'm having some difficulties here. There we go. Oh, I go back one. Okay. I apologize. One of the goals, goal 11.1, to rank 95th percentile for lowest crime rate among cities with 50,000 population or greater. We are obligated to report these crimes, the Part 1 crimes, to the FBI every year. these are the statistics that the FBI uses to decide what are the safest cities in the United States. You can see that our crime rate is relatively low when it comes to homicide, rape, robbery, if you were to compare this to other cities of similar size. Larceny, a little higher. That tends to happen in a college town. Again, I'm sorry. Top 5 crimes. These are the crimes, quality of life crimes that the command staff and I have decided are going to be our, these are the crimes that we believe that we can actually have an impact on in the city, things that are really affecting our citizens' quality of life. Vehicle theft, vehicle burglary, criminal mischief, and bicycle theft. If anybody's ever had their bike stolen or their vehicle broken into, you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about. There, it's nice to be with you now. I figured that out. We are having an impact. We do see an increase in vehicle burglary and some of our other crimes when it comes to these quality of life issues. But these are the things that we send our regular patrols out and try to impact. Okay. Objective 11.1.1, to create a community where our families reject gang activity and where gangs do not exist. I cannot tell you that gangs do not exist in Provo, but they don't exist in comparison to other cities of our size in the United States. We do have gang members that come into our city, but our biggest success that we've found in working with gangs has been through our school resource officers. Much of the time, gang members that move into the city from other areas go to our schools. Our school resource officers have contact with them and can make a positive impact, and we can really keep these things from getting any traction in our city. Goal 11.1.2, to work in a proactive partnership with our other neighboring jurisdictions and religious groups and neighborhoods. Of the 34 neighborhoods in the city, Provo has dedicated officers to each of those neighborhoods. Our PIO team does an outstanding job every Tuesday putting out to our community who their neighborhood officers are. You can see at the left here, we're representing the Grandview South neighborhood with officers Cassingham and Miguel. The theory is these 2 officers will be dedicated to Grandview South throughout their entire profession here in Provo. They will look for quality of life issues. They'll make solid partnerships with people who live in the area, and they'll have a resource. Our community will have a resource to go to, and then they report these issues up the chain to us. The top right picture that I've added there is pre-COVID, obviously, but we have a weekly meeting with our community leaders, and we talk about problems in the city that we can have an impact on as police department. Throughout COVID, we've continued to have these meetings with our community partners via Zoom. It's been a strong partnership and it remains that way. And then in the bottom right, I've added a picture of our Explorer post. These are young adults, youth in our community who have an interest in becoming police officers at one point in their life. They help us out with our special events. They help with missing children and everything else going on. And then they do compete once a year with other jurisdictions and crime scene projects and other things. It's a wonderful group of individuals, young kids. Okay. I'm skipping all over and I really apologize. Objective 11 or 11.1.3, to educate and train our businesses, our schools and other residents. I'm going to give credit to Channel 17 in the city and to our PIO team. Together, you may have seen some of these short videos that they've produced. Some of them they have humor to them, but they really are short educational clips on teaching our citizens how not to be victims of crime. We've had a couple of them that BYU has even played on the jumbo cam there during halftime presentations. So we're really proud of these efforts that we've made to try to educate our citizens this way. Goal 11.2, to respond, mitigate, and exceed national standards for emergency situations, accidental, natural, or man-made. We were tried on this goal this year. The whole city was, everybody in the United States was, in the world. When COVID came, admittedly, we did not have a policy in place in the police department for dealing with a pandemic of this size. No agency that I could find anywhere in the United States had a policy that was in place. And so I challenged the command staff to come together in one day and to build a policy that would be our guiding document through this pandemic. And in the very beginning stages, we didn't know if we would be dealing with 10, 20, maybe even up to 30% reduction in staff. And so they built this policy that was sound and solid in a day's time. And it really did serve as our guiding document throughout this pandemic to keep our staff safe, to keep us operational 24/7. And they've done a wonderful job. Of course, in the middle of the pandemic, we have an earthquake. And although Provo wasn't impacted directly, we came together with other city leaders in the EOC and made appropriations that way. And then civil unrest came to every major city in the United States during a pandemic. And as you know, we had several protests here in Provo. Our officers came together and made it through this time. So if we were ever to be tested on one of the goals, I think we were definitely tested on this goal last year. And I couldn't be more proud of the members of the Provo Police Department. When I talk about officer exposures, I just want to really quick show you that we did keep track of our known exposures through the pandemic. These were individuals we maybe put in the back of our police car to transport to jail, people that we absolutely knew were positive for COVID, and yet we still had to work with them. We did this so that we could try to keep our officers safe and keep our staff safe. You can see in August of 20 is when we spiked. And then, sorry, I'm not as good at Zoom. Okay. And then we're able to remain operational 24/7. We have 161 employees in the police department. Our first positive test with an employee wasn't until July. To date, 23 of us have tested positive for COVID. I think those are pretty outstanding numbers for a staff of 161 that had to remain operational. I attribute this to regular cleaning of the office area, briefings held out in the field instead of in the building, deconning our cars as much as we could after every incident where we had to transport somebody, and then keeping the administrative spreadsheet like I just showed you. Objective 11.2.1, to establish a dedicated operations center. This is a picture of where our operations center will go eventually. I would like to thank Travis Ball and members of his area for allowing us to use the EOC so many times during the past summer. We're excited about this new EOC. It will be state of the art. It won't take up this entire space, but this is a picture of the general area, I'm told. And then I'd like to take an opportunity to say thank you to you and to the citizens for hearing our call for a new public safety building. We are excited about this new building. We're excited to watch its progress, and it really will take this police department well into the future. Objective 11.2.3, to improve surveillance and monitoring of crime and disaster areas. We are members in the police department of SIAC, which is the statewide information analyst center. We receive daily briefs from them. This will tell us anything from maybe scheduled protests that are coming to our area, to kidnappings that have occurred in the state, crime trends that are coming into our state from other areas. So we monitor that. We have a crime analyst. She's fantastic. Becky does a wonderful job of building crime trends for us within the department and pushing that information out to our officers on a daily basis. She meets with the command staff every morning in our command briefing and updates us on crime trends that are happening and have happened. Our drone team, we have a very robust drone team. They help map out crime scenes and traffic accident areas. Our body worn cameras that we wear. And a couple of years ago, you gave us a supplement for Cop Logic, which is our online reporting system. I have a slide, next slide up here. I wanted to show you what our online reporting system has been doing. You can see in November of 18, it didn't have a whole lot of traction, but it has really started to take off as our citizens have learned about reporting crimes online. These are crimes that are not in progress, obviously. This is at our height, 163 in August of 20. That's 163 times our police officers did not need to respond to these crime areas, that people could fill it out sufficiently online. Our environmentally friendly technology. I didn't know if you were aware, but we are aware of our imprint on our environment. Our police cars are running constantly. We have added 19 new hybrid vehicles to our fleet, and we intend to continue bringing hybrid vehicles into our fleet. The performance is outstanding. And the fuel savings, we're told by Ford, we can expect $3,000 to $5,000 a year per vehicle in fuel savings for the city. So we're excited about that technology. Training. Peace officer standards and training requires 40 hours per officer in the state of Utah. Our goal in Provo is 60 hours per officer or more per officer. We believe that a very well-trained police department serves our citizens better. The cost to train our officers continues to rise. New state law that has been enacted requires additional training for our officers. I do not have a figure yet for you this year on what that training increase is going to be, but I do believe there will be an increase to our training needs. Notable training for 2020, officer de-escalation training, unconscious bias training, crisis intervention training, supervisor and leadership training, and fair and impartial policing training. These are trainings that we were able to bring to our officers this year. Supplements that we received in 2021. If you remember, we had entered into a partnership, which we already have with our Provo School District. They had come to me before the pandemic last year and asked to put a full-time officer in Centennial Junior High. They agreed to pay half the salary of this officer. We agreed to pay the other half. Then the pandemic came, budget cuts, freezes, everything came, but we had already entered into that contract. And so we were awarded essentially the supplement in our supplement budget last year for half of the wage of that officer. And she is in Centennial at this time. Carryover. Last year we received $84,000 in carryover. Where we used it with our wellness program. And I want to say to mirror what Chief Miguel said, I want to say thank you. Thank you for recognizing that our first responders, our police, fire, and dispatchers experience things that some other people will never experience. They say a police officer experiences more in a year than most people will experience in a lifetime as far as critical incidents go. It's important that we take care of our police officers, dispatchers, and firefighters' mental health. This contribution that the city has made certainly shows how much we value our first responders in the city, so thank you. Our VirTra is our reality simulator that we have that helps with de-escalation training. Our youth court, if you haven't been to youth court, I'd encourage you to go. Every time I walk away from there, I feel our country, our city is in good hands. These are wonderful youth that come together to put this on with our police department. Our SWAT team received an increase. Our optics for our rifles needed to be replaced. And our body armor, of course, we have to replace that regularly. For the Provo General Plan for Objective 5.4.4.2, to maintain the number of police officers and firefighters per 1,000 residents equitable with national standard and proportionate to the level of community growth. This is something that is of urgent importance to me as your chief. I told you about the FBI uniform crime reporting and the statistics that I have to report to them. The FBI is also who gives us our guide as far as what is the officers for a city of the size of Provo at 100, and I rounded it up to 117,000. The FBI recommends we have 1.59 officers per 1,000 residents. We know in Utah, however, that we're unique. We do not have the same crime that other cities and other states have of an equal population. So Utah actually has its own average and is 1.22 officers per 1,000. To achieve the Utah average of 1.22 police officers per 1,000, Provo would need to employ 142 officers. If you remember, I've talked about this for the last couple of years about a PERF report, the Police Executive Research Forum, who the city contracted with back in 2012. We knew at that time we needed a workload analysis done. We contracted with PERF. They are the industry leaders in my industry. They made several recommendations which we have achieved. However, this one recommendation we still have not gotten to. A closing statement by PERF in this is something that I think about constantly in Provo. Patrol officers are busy. They have little time to engage in community policing and problem-solving activities. Of special concern are those incidents on weekend nights when the average time consumed is over 100%. There is little margin for officer safety. No additional officers are available. In 2012, PERF recommended that a city our size have 120 police officers. They recited officer safety and available time. Population census in 2019 showed that Provo is still the third largest city in the state of Utah. I didn't add Salt Lake on this slide. You can see many others are close behind us and maybe have even caught us by now. The officers for these cities, however, don't reflect us being the third largest city. We're second to last next to Orem as far as the total number of police officers. And when using the 1.22 ratio of officers per 1,000 to meet the general plan goal, we're dead last with large cities in the state of Utah. Since 2012, when the PERF report came, you can see that our police-only 911 calls have just escalated. We've gone from approximately 5,500 911 calls for police only to 15,000 calls. These are, what's significant about 911 police only calls are these are calls that more than one officer have to respond to. These are crisis calls. I've been a police officer in this city for 30 years. We're averaging 30 plus assaults on our police officers per year. It's a number that continues to rise as our population grows. I know we bring good citizens into our city, but once in a while, bad actors do come. I've been, an OICI is an officer involved critical incident. It's the one thing that every chief I know and every sheriff cringes at the thought of. It's a shooting. It's an officer involved shooting. None of us want this. In the last 2.5 years, we've seen 3 officer-involved critical shootings. One resulted in the death of Officer Shinners, who left a wife and 2 little boys behind. Last summer, we had an officer-involved critical shooting incident down at the Utah Lake, if you remember, in a suicide by cop attempt. And then just 6 weeks ago, this Thursday, in the middle of the day, we had 3 of our officers shot at multiple times by a high capacity rifle by an individual. And one of our officers, Officer John Oseguera, was struck 3 times. It's by the grace of God, we did not have to have a funeral. I'm happy to report that Officer Oseguera is mending. He's probably 6 months away from full recovery. But this is alarming to me as a chief, and this haunts me with the PERF report from 2012 when it said it leaves little margin for officer safety, and officers oftentimes are just not available. On the last shooting we had, one of the 3 officers shot at was a swing shift sergeant who wasn't even on duty yet. He had just got into the city early and gone to the scene. At the time of the 2012 PERF report, our calls for service were around 61,000 calls per year. Last year, we did take a dip with the pandemic, but we're still, you can see at our height of our years, we're still etching up around the 80,000 calls for service. Last year, a 20.98 workload increase since PERF, when they recommended we should have 120 police officers. I did want to talk really quick about the 4-year increase. Since I've been chief, I've come to you now 4 years in a row. In 2017, there were no new increase to our police officer staff. In 2018, we received 5 police officer positions, and thank you for that. But if you remember, I forfeited on those positions. We were bleeding officers to other states, to other cities that were smaller, that were willing to pay higher salaries. And it's probably the worst business plan we can have is to hire good people, train them, and then lose them to our, I hate to say competitors, but to other cities. And so we forfeited on those 5 to create higher wages, to create a master officer plan to our career series, and it's worked. We're keeping our officers here in Provo. In 2019, 7 new officer positions. Thank you for those 7 new officers. It makes a noticeable difference in our call volume. It allows the officers not to be as busy and to be able to catch up on their reports. And then last year, of course, 1 new officer was added in a partnership with the school district. When I'm asked about unfunded or underfunded, we've seen a sharp increase in 911 calls for service since 2012. Our population, it continues to increase, and that's not even including our daily swell. When people come in here for work, for school, for everything else. Our officers find themselves oftentimes stretched very thin, and officer safety does become compromised. At this time, I'm requesting an additional 4 police officers so that we can get to the 120 mark that PERF recommended we have in 2012. If I were given 4 additional police officers to meet that mandate, I would send 3 of them to patrol where they could help with the 911 calls, and 1 position would go to our SVU unit, which is in detectives, our special victims unit or sex crimes unit. That particular unit is being overwhelmed right now with cases, their captain tells me. Oftentimes when time permits, members of this team will work in a covert manner in chat rooms, posing as 13 and 14-year-old girls with individuals who want to have sex with children. It's disturbing to me as a chief that every time they are able to have one of these operations when time permits, they arrest multiple subjects. It tells me we should be doing these operations more often. With an additional detective in SVU, we can keep the most evil in our community guessing. Not mentioned in the PERF report is the airport at all, or the airport expansion. 9/11, it taught us some pretty valuable lessons about policing at an airport. We have to be vigilant. We have to be aware and ready. In a recent promotional exam, I had 6 of our commanders who were seeking promotion prepare a strategic plan for policing the Provo airport. A common thread that they had in their strategic plans that Deputy Chief Geierman and I have identified is that we need a professional presence at the airport when it expands in 18 months. Our current staffing is to take officers off the street to be at the airport when flights are here. That we can't continue to do that. I've shown you that our call volume is high. I have to keep those officers on the street. And once they're at the airport, they have to stay at the airport. They're not available to come assist in the city. I'm proposing that with the expansion of the airport, that we have an additional 5 officer positions for that. These officers will be trained in detection of narcotics, weapons, human trafficking. They'll also receive daily briefs on international and domestic terrorism techniques that are happening at airports. And they'll be trained, that'll be their full-time assignment, is to our Provo Airport. I believe our citizens deserve that and they expect that. I'm asking for it this far in advance, though, for these additional 5 officers, because it takes me 1 year to identify, background, train, and equip a police officer. If we're going to have a professional team of police officers at the airport when it opens in 18 months, when the expansion takes place, I have to start hiring these people now so that I can get them on the street, get them the training, and then I would take veteran officers off of the street and put them at the airport in a special detail. The Gardner, I'm sorry. The Gardner Policy Institute research brief shows that the population for Utah County in 2025 could exceed 768,000 people. I think some days it feels like we're there. The Provo population growth at that rate could reach 143,000 by 2025, again, not including our daily swell. In order to maintain our current rate of 0.99, which is the lowest of large cities in the state of Utah, we would need 140, my math is wrong, 143 officers by 2025, an increase of 27 officers. It takes me 1 year again to hire these officers. If I'm going to reach this goal by 2025, I have to start now aggressively hiring police officers in the city. So again, when I'm asked what my most important needs are, it's police officers. It's my #1 priority as I come to you today. If granted 9 police officer positions, 3 would go to the patrol division, as I indicated. 1 would go to SVU and detectives, and 5 would be prepared and dedicated to our airport when it expands in a 1.5 years. The cost of an officer per year is approximately $160,000 per year. That's the first year. That includes their equipment, vehicle, and everything. In conclusion, I would just like to say that our mission statement is that the Provo Police Department is committed to working with our citizens to improve the quality of life, to solve problems, to safeguard liberties, and to stop crime. We do provide proactive service in a professional, compassionate manner. I'm proud to be a Provo police officer, and I'm very honored to be the chief. Those are the needs for the police department going forward. And I appreciate your consideration at this time. If there's any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief. I don't know that we could express enough how much we appreciate you and all of your officers and the outstanding work that your department does for our city. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Let's move on to item number 4, which is a presentation regarding the Provo Power Department's fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget. And this is to be presented by Travis Ball, our Energy Director.
Thank you, Council Chair, and thanks to the council for giving us this opportunity. And I also want to say Chief Ferguson's done an awesome job this last year. I've never seen a director hit so hard like he was. I just think he's been amazing. So anyway, appreciate this. I'm excited to talk about power, obviously, because that's the department I'm in. What I want to say is power is such a you don't have to have it like public works, right? We have to have water to live. We have to have, I would say, we have to have toilets. We have to have public works things to live. Public power, we don't really have to live, but it sure makes life better. And if you really think about it, power is so cheap. We think that energy is expensive, but look at your power bill sometime. I bet you're paying more for your cell phone plan than you are for your power bill. And your house is using power right now. It's using that power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's just kind of my plug for power and how it makes our life better. So look at it sometime and let me know. I'm just interested. Let's see. Do I have control here? All right, I do have control. Okay. So first off, the power department, and you've heard this just recently, last week, we have a BHAG is to be the most reliable provider of power in the country while providing a safe environment for its employees. The agenda today, I'm going to talk a little bit about just kind of hit on the high level, our strategic plan, because reliability is so important to us. So I'm going to talk about that. Some of the value added services we bring as the power department, and then I'll end with the budget presentation. First off, let's see, that's touchy. Whoa, sorry. Our vision statement, Provo Power shall be at the forefront of providing reliable energy services, enhancing the quality of life for our community. Our mission statement is we provide reliable energy services through investing in employees, infrastructure, and community outreach. We are proactive in adapting to environmental and technological changes while maintaining our fiscal responsibility to the citizens of Provo. And that led to our core values when we were doing this strategic plan. And you can see where we're focusing our efforts, which leads us to the strategic priorities. And each one of these strategic priorities, we have managers who set their goals and set their budget under these 5 different areas. So to start with, these are some questions that Cliff wanted us to talk about. As far as the general plan implementation, most of our goals have to do with conservation, moving towards a more sustainable resources, clean air. And in this presentation, I'll talk about some of those items that we're working on here in the power department. Are there goals and objectives in the general plan where you feel like you could do more if given more budget? No, I mean, we are an enterprise fund, and so we are self-funded, and we get the money we need to accomplish the goals. If you received any fundamental money, we have not requested fundamental money or supplemental money, so we're good there. And are there any other requests besides what we're asking for in our budget? No. So everything that we'll put in the budget, what we're asking for here. I know that's a little bit different than what I've listened to from the general plan directors, and I feel for them. So some of the projects that we're working on is the Gillespie substation. This substation is at the mouth of the canyon, the north part of town. As you go around the mouth, the canyon towards Heber City, you'll see up on top of a hill, there's a substation, and we are going to rebuild that. The transformers were installed in the 60s, and they are starting to fail. And so we're going to rebuild that and also install another distribution substation there, another transformer for 12 kV. We're also installing some distribution automation where we can control some of our switch gear out in the field with our SCADA. And finally, we have plans to extend our 600 amp on the west side of Provo that will give basically a second feed into the airport and the Duncan aviation area. So we'll have redundancy for the new airport. Boy, that's touchy. Sorry. These are some of the goals that we set in the budget. And we used kind of the standards, the power standards for our targets, and we're well within most all of the targets for utilities. The one thing that I will point out is healthy financials. If you look at our fund balance, right now we have a fund balance of $42,500,000. Remember last year we did budget, we had probably a pretty balanced budget, and we cut some of our revenues, but we've been amazingly, we've been coming in better than budget. And so we've come in about 3.7 million through the first half of this year above our budget. Also, you can see that low carbon energy sources, we're looking at increasing from about 30% to 40% this next year with renewable energy. Valuable services provided for Provo Power. We have personnel on staff that help the public conserve. We put out information out on Facebook, some of the Twitter, those type of things. We give rebates, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Our street lights, city trees, and then we contribute a significant amount of our revenue to the general fund. The one thing I want to point out on here is that we have installed several different charging stations for plug-in hybrids throughout the city this year. They're online. And in addition, one of the big things is the UMPA solar contract where we're installing 84 megawatts of solar, 4 megawatts in Spanish Fork and 80 megawatts in the Mona area. That's just for kind of a footprint that's over 520 acres of land just in solar. And I would also say here that on rooftops in Provo, we have about 700 rooftops of solar. And if you add all that up, that's worth a little bit less than 4 megawatts. That kind of gives you an idea of how much that 84 megawatts is in solar. And frankly, the utility grade solar is much more efficient. It has a capacity factor between 25 and 30% because it follows the sun during the day, whereas rooftop solar has a capacity factor of about 10 to 15%.
Looks like Councilor Fillmore has a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm curious how many charging stations we have within the city presently and what your projection is for the next few years.
Right now, with the ones that we've installed, we have over 50. I think there's 25 ones, but they have two chargers. You know, they have two areas. So I believe there's over 50 chargers, and they've been placed around the city at parks, at the rec center, here at the power department, at the library, kind of in public areas that we have. And so there's other chargers also. There's some at Walgreens and things like and private chargers. So they're around, and we get a lot of use here at the power department, I know, with those chargers.
What is your plan for the future?
Well, I don't know if we have a plan to install more. We did get a grant to look at some installations with UMPA. So I think we got a $20,000 grant. So we'll look at a few more, but you know, it's not really I think it's more of a public thing that people should do. And frankly, for plug-in hybrids, you can do it at home, at your home. It's just a very low charge. You can do it 240 volts. It's not a fast charge. None of our chargers are fast chargers, but you can do it at home. And that's where I expect most people will plug in their cars. The one issue there is at some point, we really have to figure out if we have the infrastructure in different houses to charge the vehicles that we believe will come on in the next 10 to 15 years. I hope that answered you, Councilman Fillmore.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. What you can see on this slide that we've decreased our coal resource significantly from 45% down to 30% of our resources. The biggest increases on PV solar. And this is just the solar for the 80 megawatt starting next year in November. So the year after this, that PV solar will jump over 200,000 megawatts out, 200,000 megawatt hours. So it will be about 16% of our resource will be from solar. And the other item that's increased significantly is natural gas. That's a combined heat and power plant from BYU that we have a contract for the next 5 years. And really that it's a natural gas plant, but it's a green plant in the fact that it does both. You take the heat off that to do their heating and cooling up on campus. The new project that we started this year was the Green Exchange, where we are incentivizing customers to change out their yard equipment, their motor, their engines on their yard equipment to battery powered, plug in, charge using battery powered, which helps with the air quality, and we'll continue this project next year. You can see we spent out $104,000 on those incentives total. I'm not going to try to go back to the lighting, but we have about 6,000 lights throughout the city. You see them every night. And we take pride in how we light up the city of Provo. And I know you've seen this slide also. It's a great thing that the city does, taking care of all the trees throughout the city of Provo. That's what I believe makes Provo a better place to live than, say, Orem. I think it's the trees in the area. I really do. Transfers to the general fund this year, we are budgeting $7.5 million as part of the 11% transfer, in addition to $3.5 million. If you look at all our chargebacks, it totals about 20% of our operating revenue that we transfer to the general fund. I do want to talk a little bit about personnel. I'll show you a little bit of rate comparison, revenues and expenditures for the final. Personnel, I thought it was interesting when I went back and looked at when I was hired. So I went back as far as I could and looked at the staffing. In 2005, 2006, we had 120 employees in the power department. In 2021, we have 67 employees. And there's a few reasons for that. First off, 24 employees, 13 full-time, 11 part-time, transferred over to customer service. We started a new 311 center. But if you can look at all the other items where we've cut personnel in the city, that's a significant amount. 10 meter readers, 3 field technicians, all those positions were cut because of our AMI system. We don't go out and read meters. We don't have to send out personnel to do connects and disconnects. But we've also cut a lot of other positions through the last 15 years. And so I feel like we're pretty lean. And in fact, I think we actually get more work done with the personnel that we have than we did 20 years ago. The one position that we did add, we added 5 dispatchers. So we have a 24/7 dispatch center, and we added that about 8 years ago. But for how many positions that we have less than we did 15 years ago, I think we're doing a great job.
Councilor Harding has a question for you.
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, back to, I think it was the slide before that. Oh, anyway, you talked about the 11% transfers, and that's, if I remember that correctly, that's based on your revenue, and that's just the contribution. It's almost the payments. What's that?
That's a good dividend from a company, I tell you, 11%.
Good dividend is almost like a payment to the shareholders who, right, for Provo Power, is the public.
Yes.
The 3.4 million in chargebacks, and again, some of the terminology, I'm still getting used to after 5 years, but that is basically payment for services that you get from other departments within the city. So
right. Okay. Right. 2 million of that is to the 311 center. We pay for legal, we pay for administrative services, we pay for HR. So I would say that 3.4 million is it's payment for the other departments for the work that they do for the energy department.
Okay. Thank you.
The one thing I will say is we do contribute significantly more than any other utility to the general fund if you look at the comparisons. And I think there's a reason for that. We've talked about how half the property in Provo isn't taxed, and you have to find a way to fund some of the general plan things. And this is the same comparison that you saw last year. What it really shows is that we're about in the middle when it comes to residential rates, commercial rates, and the industrial rate when you compare to other utilities. I don't like that question when we compare, because at some point you don't really know how much money is being put into the capital improvement. Are you keeping up with the capital improvements over the years? So I can be the lowest cost provider, but if I'm not putting in the money into keeping it reliable, then it doesn't really mean anything. So in order to get a good comparison, you really should find out how much other people are putting into their capital improvements and maintaining the system and making it ready for growth. But that's just my plug there. The one thing that we have here, we have a revenue budget of $73,400,000, which is about $1.3 million increase from what we budgeted last year. The increase mostly has to do with some of the increased usage in commercial and the industrial and even the residential over after the pandemic. So we think that people start using more in commercial and industrial basically for that revenue increase. And yesterday we found out, or not yesterday, but Thursday, we found out that there was going to be an increase in our expenditure. Oops, one more. The power cost increased about $2.2 million. So our power cost went from about $45 million up to $47 million. That was the one item we learned down in when we got the budget from UMPA. Most of our other costs have remained fairly stable. Our personnel costs had a little bit of inflationary increase, but that's about it. You can kind of see those changes here. Even though it says negative there, that's just the increase in revenues. So commercial sales is where we believe we're going to get the biggest increase. Our transfers went up a little bit. Our operation budget, we cut by about $45,000. Personnel cost are increasing $250,000, and then the power bill is the major one at $2.2 million. But even with those increases, we are budgeting a deficit of $592,000. But this year, you know, we have some surpluses, and I kind of want to wait to see what happens through the next few months, and then when we start getting into next fiscal year. For Dave Harding, he's asked us several times about our time of use rate. We have hired a contractor to look at doing a time of use rate, also a rate to do charging batteries overnight when the rates are low. So we're going to have that. We thought we'd have it by now, but the person we hired, his wife got cancer and has kind of delayed us. But by the end of this fiscal year, we'll have that time of use rate study done, and we'll present it. And by that time, I think we'll know if I really need to do anything to cover this $592,000 shortfall. Right now, I think we're in pretty good shape, but I still want to see what happens with our cost of service, and then we'll kind of talk about that later on this year. And I think that's it for the budget. Do you guys have any questions?
Mr. Hardy?
Thank you, Chair. So, you know, we are in the middle of budget season. We're in the middle of hearing from a lot of different departments, and you kind of pointed out that the departments that are tied directly to the general fund operate very differently than you with your enterprise fund. And I think there's some advantages for, as you kind of indicated, some advantages for being in your situation. I am grateful for the value that Provo Power provides our residents. And I think if you compare the rates that you would pay in other cities, particularly, for privately owned utilities, and you compare the services and the rates that we get here, I think our residents are getting a great deal. And I'm very grateful for the very thorough planning that you go through, and you're looking ahead and making sure that we're properly investing in our infrastructure, so we not only paying for and providing good quality service now, but we're also, paying so that we can keep that sustainable and continue to provide those reliable services in the future. I appreciate all of that, and I don't want to sound unappreciative of that at all. I do look though at it looked like your fund balance, what your target is and where you are now, and I appreciate that, the power price went up now, and now there may be a little deficit this year, but looking at the fund balance itself, it looks like, we seem to be well over what our target is. And so I guess the question I have is, at what point do we start looking at perhaps running slight deficits, or but basically lowering the rates that the residents are paying, because right now our fund balance is over target, and just kind of returning a little bit more of that to the residents, or perhaps we've been at what point do we start looking at that?
I think that's going to be part of the cost of service study, Dave, as we look at that. And that's frankly why I'm not too concerned about this next budget year budgeting a deficit, because I do believe, at some point you do have too much cash, basically. I will point out, I know I listened to some of the presentations. Electric utilities are judged on a totally different scale than other items are when you look at bond ratings. As you looked at our bond ratings, we're a AA minus, even with a pretty high fund balance, because utilities, the volatility that can happen with rates that happen so fast, they require a large cash on hand statement. To get a AA instead of a AA minus, I would have to have about over 180 days cash on hand, and we're not quite there. But we've never really set our goal that high. We figure a AA minus, we still got, when we did have to go out to bond, we still had a pretty good rating. So right now, there's a few loans that we have floating out there you guys know about. So it's not quite right at 42 million, but we do believe that money's coming back. We figure it's going to get around 18 million, but we're still in a really good shape right now. So.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Travis.
Thank you, Council Chair.
We've come to a point where we're scheduled to take a break. We're running close to on schedule, just about 4 minutes behind. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 2:15. Excuse me, I didn't do my math right. It is 2:15. So let's reconvene at 2:25. Thank you. Welcome everyone back to a continuation of our work meeting. And we'll proceed with item number 5, which is a discussion of the city's real property holdings and surplus property list. And this item is to be presented by Tara Riddle, our property coordinator.
Great, thank you so much, Councilman Sewell. I'm glad to be able to have a couple of minutes to spend with you this afternoon to talk about the city's real property holdings. We have the next slide, please. I've been asked to just give a general overview of the city's property, but I thought it might be helpful to start with just an idea of the tasks that the property coordinator is responsible for. The property coordinator is tasked with the management of all city-owned real property, as well as addressing common issues related to real estate. We have the next slide, please. So what are some of the common issues we deal with in my office? Maybe interesting to note that Provo City is a landlord. We have 13 residential properties throughout the city that have been purchased for future projects, including the airport expansion, stormwater infrastructure, and rights of way. And we've contracted with the Provo Housing Authority to help manage those properties. We're also involved with obtaining easements and right-of-ways for all departments who need them for projects. Occasionally, other utility companies and private entities need to cross city property for various reasons, so I help to negotiate the terms for those easements and rights of way. I work with our city surveyor in correcting boundary line issues that have been identified on city property. And when we've acquired property for a project that there currently are existing structures on it, I'm responsible for getting the environmental testing for asbestos and other environmental issues. If something is found, I work with the state's Department of Air Quality in getting the appropriate permitting to have the material abated and the structure demolished. I'm responsible for acquiring property for ongoing projects throughout the city. This could be something as small as a 3-foot strip of property for a road expansion to negotiating the acquisition of 100 acres for the regional sports park. And finally, when we identify property that is no longer needed for city purposes, I follow the established procedure to have the property surplus and eventually sold. We have the next slide, please. So Provo City owns over 1,400 parcels of property. More than 1,000 of those parcels help make up the network of streets throughout the city. The remaining parcels are used for the airport, watershed protection, the cemetery, storage, general open space, parks and recreation, utility infrastructure, which includes power substation, lift station, wells, water tanks, etc., and the public buildings. So as you can see, the majority of parcels owned by Provo City are the streets. When many of the city streets were established, Utah County did not assign tax serial ID numbers to them because we're tax exempt. This has made the tracking of older roads nearly impossible. So the over 1,000 parcels that we are currently tracking is just a fraction of the property that makes up the streets in the city. In your packet, you received a list of city parcels, which excludes the ones that have been dedicated in rights of way. Next slide, please. So this is just an example sheet of the list that was provided to you that lists all of the city properties and their current use throughout the city. You have the next slide. When I was given the responsibilities of the property coordinator in 1997, the city did not have a comprehensive list of real property assets. There was simply a binder that had information on city parks and a few larger parcels at the airport, but no other data had been collected in an organized fashion. So years have been spent on organizing property records, collecting information such as deed information, sales and purchase information, and creating a database with everything property, which includes acquisitions, sales, agreements, easements, street vacations, etc. Now we have an annual reconciliation between the property ownership information from the Utah County Recorder's Office and the data that I maintain. This information is used to provide an annual inventory to the city's finance office for them to include on the property asset listing used for the annual audit. We have the next slide. So this is just a sample from the annual property inventory. So this inventory contains all of the properties that we have been able to track, including road dedications. It also contains the assessed market value at the time the property was purchased and the purchase price for the parcels. If we've been able to find that information, which has been a little bit difficult with some of the historical properties that were acquired back in the 20s and 30s. The next slide, please. So using this data from the property inventory, Filial with our GIS division has recently created the property owned inventory map, and you received this in your packet. So we're still in the process of refining the data that's included in this map. As pointed out this morning, there are a few clusters of property on 820 North and on Columbia Lane that inadvertently showed up as city owned. So we've corrected those two issues and you should have received an updated map. We will continue to review this data to ensure it is correct and up to date. Can I have the next slide, please? So this map is now a layer on the city's interactive map at gishome.provo.org. To view the city property GIS layer, you can just simply go to GIS Home, go down to the layer list, development, and Provo owned property. And this will be consistently updated as we surplus property, acquire property, and acquire rights of way. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Because land purchases are typically financed through specific project budgets with a plan for development, it is not common for the city to purchase property for investment or hold it for future sale. In other words, the city typically does not land bank properties. Occasionally, properties are identified that are no longer needed for a city purpose. This may be a result from a change in a project focus or priority, or the original use has been terminated, or the property is left over after a project has been completed. In these cases, the city follows a process to determine if the property should be surplused and sold. So this process starts with city staff or an interested party identifying property for surplus. After that's been done, we survey all of the city departments and the administration to determine if any future use of the property is needed. If not, then a proposal to put the property on the surplus property list is drafted in the form of a resolution, and the resolution is then brought to the council for approval. If approved, the property is added to the surplus property list. We have the next slide. So currently we have 4 property areas that are on the surplus property list. Many of these were approved through this current council. So we have the property at 300 South, which is the old Slate Canyon gun range. We have the property at 480 West Center Street, which used to be the roasted artichoke property. And then the vacant land at 1100 West Center Street. And then the property that we commonly call the Buckley Draw piece, which is down by the old Utah County Jail. The next slide, please. So once a property is placed on the surplus property list, there are a few options on how to move forward in marketing the property in hopes of selling it in a productive way. Usually what we do is we always list the property list on the city's website. Often when the property is added to the surplus property list, we already have a potential buyer interested in negotiating their own property, and they already have an intended use. We can also follow a simple bid process by setting a minimum bid allowed and allowing anyone interested in the property to submit a bid. Most recently, we used a request for proposals. This is what we did on the property down on 1320 South that we sold to the Livingston Group, where we actually outline the criteria of what we want on the property, and then we select a winning submission based on that criteria. Next slide, please. So unless otherwise provided by a resolution, we are required to follow these following guidelines. The property is to be sold for cash for not less than the purchase price originally paid by Provo City. not less than 90% of fair market value, with the fair market value being determined by not less than one certified real estate appraiser if the fair market value is determined to be less than 250,000, or not less than 2 certified real estate appraisals if the fair market value is over 250,000. Now, this is if the resolution doesn't have something else in it as far as what we should be receiving. So, for example, for the Livingston property, we set different terms where we're actually going to end up making a lot more money on the property, but the terms of the sale is being done on over time. Okay, we have the next slide, please. And then we wanted to announce something that will be coming soon. Our GIS division is working on a property app that is taking all of the property owned by Provo City that's currently showing on our property owned map, city owned map, where you'd be able to click on one of the parcels and then be able to pull up all of the information that's been scanned in, which would include all of the original documentation. So purchase agreements, memos, resolutions, historical pictures. This app will also include all easements throughout the city. So if we have to go in and repair a water line, for instance, across private property, we can go in and determine if we already have an existing easement on the property, and we'll be aware of what the restrictions of that easement are before we even start the project. So this will be an exciting addition to all of the tools that we have in the management of city property. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we've kind of run through all of this, but are there any questions about the management of city property or the surplus property list?
Any questions for Tara? Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I get some questions sometimes because I live by the foothills and my constituents live by the foothills about maintenance of city-owned properties. What's our policy on maintaining the properties that we own that are currently vacant or unutilized?
So every parcel in the city has a department attached to it. So most of them are on a regular basis of maintenance. However, with as many parcels as we own, a lot of those kind of fall through the cracks, so to speak. So they just need to call 311, or they can call me directly and we'll get crew out we do a lot of weed abatement, general cleanup. I'm very aware of some of the issues that are down in Slate Canyon, in particular with our homeless population that have set up camps and things, but try to be very proactive in trying to avoid this type of situations.
Gotcha. Thank you, Tara. I know you do a lot for our city. You're kind of our behind the scenes ninja, so thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if there's no other questions, well, Councilor Harding.
I just wanted to say I really appreciate this data-driven approach, trying to map and organize. It sounds like over the past couple of decades that you, or however many years that is, shouldn't try to do math on the fly, but I've assembled a lot of information, and that really helps the city and the council, make informed decisions. So thank you for your efforts in that. It sounds like GIS is doing a lot of work as well, and so really appreciate everyone's efforts to get on top of this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tara. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is a presentation on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Needs Assessment results. And this is to be presented by Scott Henderson and Mike Svets.
Well, I'll just do the introductory side of this. Mike Svets is with Pro Consulting. They are doing our master plan. And where this is really important is comes right from our citizens, and our citizens, they have driven every success story that Parks and Recreation has ever had. because all the great ideas come from our citizens. And so this is a chance to present to the council exactly what our citizens like, don't like, perceive as needs in moving forward with this master plan and our future visioning. So to save time, I'll turn it right over to Mike.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I very much appreciate the opportunity to virtually present this to you. I apologize on the date on the top of the presentation. We were originally slated for April 20th. So maybe this is a little foreshadowing. Just to kind of cover through this, just very quickly, we are going to do, mouse is a little touchy. We're going to do a little process overview. And then I'll dive into kind of the key themes that came out of conversations that we had with you all as well as other community members. The statistically valid survey results, summarize the prioritized needs and next steps. So in terms of process overview, basically that gold star kind of indicates where we are at today. We are presenting you kind of the community engagement needs. We have done a bunch of other work that is currently running parallel with this current community needs assessment, and will continue to work, and I'll wrap up kind of the next steps at the end of this presentation. So in terms of the public input, we've really tried exceptionally hard to gather community input, whether it be through focus group stakeholder meetings, virtual community meetings, presentations to the community and the Parks and Rec Board, as well as you all tonight. So these are some of the key themes that kind of came away from our qualitative conversations. There's a lot of strong advocacy, utilization, and appreciation for the system. The specific bullet points that I note there simply means that you have not just a lot of great, nice local facilities, but you have destination location facilities that are serving not only just local needs, but helping to meet regional needs as well. In terms of economic development through park development, I know that staff has presented to you previously on the improvements that have been made on the operational side, so I won't repeat those. But long story short, whether it be through improved facilities or improved operations, the general fund has in turn been saved approximately $3.2 million over the last 10 years. Another way to say that is Parks and Recreation is recovering $3.2 million of their costs today than they were 10 years ago. And then some of the other key themes that were taken away, continuing to invest in the existing park system. Life cycle replacement of assets and amenities is exceptionally important to your community. Continuing focuses on trails of all different shapes and sizes, including trailheads, water river access, open space preservation, which is always expected in a community that's densifying like yours is, as well as one that is a university town that has seasonal influx of students. And then financial strategies, of course, are critically important to maintaining the existing system and growing the system going forward. So in terms of the statistically valid survey, this was conducted late fall into early 2021. We had ETC Institute administer the survey. They are the same firm that administered the survey back in 2011, 2012 for your last master plan. Our goal for this survey was 300. We achieved 319 surveys. Simply a statistically valid survey needs to be demographically and geographically representative of your community. We are 90, the end results are that if you did this survey 100 times, you would get the same results 95 out of 100 times with a plus or minus of about 5%. This next slide kind of shows a scatter plot map of where all of the surveys were received from the various households in Provo. And you can see that it is definitely well represented based on where you have greater density, you have a lot of surveys returned, less density, you have less surveys returned. In terms of, I've taken this and you all have seen this, so I will kind of get through this and allow opportunity for questions, but I've broken this up into several sections, not going through every last question, but the first set of questions is really around advocacy. And the first question that we wanted to focus on was the benefits of Parks and Recreation that your residents receive from Parks and Rec, and how well they agree with these benefits. Overwhelmingly, physical activity and improving physical health and fitness are two of your top three agreements, to the point where 92% of your community agrees that they benefit from Parks and Recreation, in the fact that they either provide opportunities for physical activity or exercise, and then another 85% agree that it has opportunities to improve physical health and fitness. I think it's really important to note that when we read this chart, the dark blue and the light blue are strongly agree with the statements. It takes us to get all the way down to the very bottom of the slide, provides information and assistance in navigating aging services for you to fall below 50% of some level of agreement. And I think that is simply because of the fact that not all of your population has a need for that benefit, which is why you see about 43% of your community indicating neutral on that. The big takeaway from this slide is that, as was stated in the qualitative, as was stated during the conversations that we had with the community and you all and others, there's a lot of strong advocacy for the for Parks and Recreation, and the community feels as if it has a lot of benefits derived from Parks and Recreation. In terms of overall satisfaction, about 2/3 of your community is either very satisfied or satisfied with Parks and Recreation. About 19% are kind of on the fence. So these are really good, strong numbers. We typically see the combined of very satisfied and satisfied be around 60%. So you have a greater level of satisfaction than what we see in surveys conducted with other agencies. In terms of COVID, this is an interesting slide, and we obviously wanted to incorporate this. So it's really, how has you and or your household's perception of the value of Parks and Recreation changed as a result of COVID? Only 41% of your community has seen an increase in the value of Parks and Recreation, and 28% has seen no change. This is a tribute to how hard Parks and Recreation worked to transition to either opening more safely or transitioning to different ways in which to provide programs and services and experiences. You all did it much more quickly than a lot of other agencies. So there wasn't a huge lag time of 6 months to 9 months like we've seen with other agencies. So we just wanted to measure this because we typically have seen the majority of communities across the country see a significant increase in the value of Parks and Recreation. You all do have, of all the responses, you certainly have a value increase, but not as significant as we have seen in other places. In terms of park visitation and condition, you have extraordinary utilization of your park system. When we see numbers above 80% in terms of trails and neighborhood parks, that is exceptionally significant. Even your recreation center, people have utilized that at the rate of 7 out of every 10 people. The reason I say that this is exceptional is when we look back to 2012, when the survey was offered. People were only using hiking trails at the rate of 68%. Now they're using them at the rate of 86%. So you have higher utilization than you had 9 years ago. And you have to drop down to number 6 in pavilions and picnic shelters, coming in at 68%. Number 5, number 6, coming in at 68% to equal the highest amenity that was utilized back in 2012. In terms of top 10 utilized facilities, you can see not only are people using your system more, but they're using more of your system than they did in 2012. So the top 10 in 2020 is has diversified quite a bit than was offered in 2012. In terms of satisfaction, Covey Center for the Arts is off the charts. So very satisfied and satisfied are the dark blue and light blue. Covey Center for the Arts comes in at 96% of folks that have utilized that facility being very satisfied and satisfied. And again, you don't even get below 50% on any one of these. So quality of your system is exceptional as well. In terms of, we've asked if you have visited, but in terms of things that people use most often, so using more and more hiking trails, neighborhood parks, rec center, trailheads, very similar to what we saw in terms of what people use the most. So it's not just that people are using your system, the frequency of utilization has increased as well. In terms of why people typically don't use any of your facilities or parks, not aware, is at 15%. This, I don't put a whole lot of worry into this screen. Number one, because of the high utilization, but also number two, because of the fact that the highest barrier is only rated at 15%. One big takeaway here is in terms of do not feel safe, that is only 5%. That's exceptional, not just in terms of the quality and condition of your parks and facilities, but in terms of the work that public safety does in your community as well. Program participation and quality, off the charts. Your program participation is greater than 50% of your community. And the national benchmark for program participation is 32%. In terms of where you were 12 or 9 years ago, you have significantly increased in participation in programs from 34% to 52%. So that's a huge jump. In terms of, yes.
Looks like Councilor Harding has a question for you before we get too far along.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Thank you. And I can hold this question off till later, but I didn't, in case we wanted to do it while you're presenting. It's probably like 6 slides ago, but it was in the top 10, yeah, right there, top 10 utilization. So help me understand. I mean, top 10 is top 10. How can we have only 7 top 10 from 2012? Well, help me understand what this is saying.
Yeah, the point here is that you've got a lot of similarities between your top 10, what was in your top 10 12 years ago or 9 years ago, 8 years ago, and what your top 10 is now. What has jumped up into your top 10 that I think is a couple of key significance is that people are using your neighborhood parks more. And people obviously are using your new recreation center more than what they had utilized previously. Museums also, that's the Pioneer Museum area, that also has jumped up into your top 10. Maybe another way to say it is kind of what has dropped off in terms of what your top 10 was back then. The pool, Veteran Memorial Pool, which of course I think is no longer. And so that is one thing that dropped off. And I believe that the Peaks Ice Arena, nope, that one's still there as well. Maybe soccer, football fields have dropped off.
Perhaps it's playgrounds, because I'm looking, and I'd be surprised if neighborhood parks. And so I'm wondering if playgrounds is just kind of it changed the label on it. It was called playgrounds before, and now it's called neighborhood parks. So
that's a great point. Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. All right. So in terms of quality of your programs, 41% of your community has rated them as excellent. The national benchmark is 22%. So not only are people utilizing your programs more than they were 8 years ago or 9 years ago, but they're also rating them higher as well. So your collective excellent and good is 95%. Your collective excellent and good 8 years ago was 90%, but you've moved a significant percentage of those people from good into excellent. Some of this could be attributed to the increase in the right spaces and better spaces in which these programs are being held. But it's not the complete telltale sign. So again, programs are very, very strong. In terms of why people are not participating, so again, we have to take this with some grain of salt, given the fact that the majority of your community is using your programs and services. But of the folks that aren't using your programs and services, 43% say, I do not know what is offered. And the second one is too busy, not interested. Those are typically the two highest. They're a little bit higher in Provo than normal. But knowing that I don't know what is offered is typically the number one. We wanted to ask people how they learned about parks and recreation programs and services. Right off the bat, word of mouth is number one. And I'll be very quick to the point of this. Number one, word of mouth. We've all played the telephone game, so we know how details are lost. Number two, we know that when people are sharing their experiences, they're focused on what's important to them, which may not necessarily be what's most important to others. And then number three, sometimes when we talk about word of mouth, it is about something that has happened in the past as opposed to what's coming up. So the reliance on word of mouth is hard to get through because of all of the barriers associated with the accuracy of the information. In terms of how people would prefer to learn, word of mouth goes down to 16%. And the top five there are all things that the department can control. We know that resources are always limited, in particular when it comes to marketing. So this slide gives you a direct insight into, if you had limited resources, how you utilize those resources most effectively to get the word out. Email, activity guide, social media, department website, clear cut top four. In terms of program and service needs, I'm just going to run through a couple of things here. Number one, what's most important to your community? You have a clear cut top four: adult fitness and wellness programs, art, culture, enrichment, performing arts, special events, outdoor adventure, recreation. In terms of what is has the greatest unmet need. So it's one thing to understand what's important. It's another thing to understand what people want more of. And so of the top four that were most important, they're also in your top five of what people want more of. So the takeaway there is simply that you start to understand where people's priorities are. It's one thing if, for example, environmental education programs, people want more of that, but it was middle of the pack in terms of its importance. In terms of park facility and amenity needs, same exercise. Importance to households. Number one was community and neighborhood parks. And then 2 and 3 were trails. And then 4th came in at park and natural areas. Again, I think one of the things I want to emphasize is you've got a lot of 6, 5, 7 percenters. As you get further down the list there, they become very age specific, skill specific, or special interest specific. And so it's always, as you kind of narrow the field of who's going to use those spaces or programs and services, you typically understand that those numbers are going to be down in those single digits. But when you start to think about Provo's population, and you start thinking about 5% of the population, 6% of the population, those are thousands of people. So it's not to minimize those numbers. It's just understanding that it's niche type facilities and niche type programs and services. In terms of back in 2012, we did ask a similar question. Hiking and walking trails was number 1. Small neighborhood parks was number 2. So basically those are reversed in 2020. But again, very similar community values around spaces and places. In terms of your top 10, again, you have a lot of similarity. The things that kind of jumped up into 2020, campgrounds jumped up into 2020. And I think that is, I'd be very interested to see if that would hold in the next 3 years. I think more and more people took to camping and outdoor recreation during the pandemic, and understand whether or not that's going to be a hook or not for your community going forward. Camping has across the country increased over the last 5 years and has diversified in terms of who is camping. So it does align with that. I just wonder a little bit of whether or not it's a blip on the screen because of the COVID impact. In terms of what's unmet needs, actually water river access was your number 1 unmet need, and then an adventure area. And this could be rock climbing, it could be skate parks, BMX parks, could be ropes courses, zip lines. They don't always necessarily have to be dedicated to one place like Slate Canyon, but that is what is typically made up in there. And then environmental education center. The correlation here is that you have a space and a place that folks have an unmet need for, that also correlates back to the programs and services that folks are looking for. So it could be an opportunity for a visionary project going forward. In terms of public support, very quickly, in terms of just general level of support for actions the city could take to improve the system, adding or improving restrooms was number 1. You've got more people using your park system, and they're probably in turn using it more frequent, not just more frequently, but for longer periods of time. So they want your restrooms to be improved, or your utilization might go back down. Increasing, taking care of what you already have in terms of your existing infrastructure, trails, building new trails. And then again, 6 and 7 there are picnic shelter, pavilions, playground improvements, then upgrading aquatics. So I think what you're seeing here is what people say that they want you to do is really mostly about taking care of what you already have. When you see the word existing there in front of a lot of those amenities, they see where potential deficiencies are coming down the road. In terms of putting the money where their mouth is, top 2 are trails, developing new trails, and taking care of, then you really, again, start to continue to theme about taking care of what you already have. Existing trail system, restrooms, existing infrastructure, playgrounds, aquatics, shelters, pavilions, and so on and so forth. Asked a question in terms of 3 actions, again, very similar, taking care of what you already have. Acquiring open space was certainly higher in 2012 than it was in 2020. And then trails, of course, was high back in 2012 as well. And then just kind of looking at it, choices were a little bit different back then than they are now, but you can see you do have some similarities around trails, taking care of what you already have, and aquatics from 2020 against what folks want you to do in 2012 against what folks want you to do in 2020. In terms of, if I froze or not. Not sure if I lost control somehow, some way. Not there we go. Okay. So we sorry about that. We asked folks about the RAP tax and whether or not they would be in favor of supporting it when it sunsets later this decade, I believe 2028. 53% of folks are in favor of it and 19% might vote in favor of it. So those are pretty strong numbers. Of the folks that are voting or not sure or vote against, next slide. The number one thing that they would typically want is more information. So in other words, folks would more than likely vote in favor of the RAP tax. These are the folks that said not sure or don't or would vote against. 41% need more information. So if you're going to spend the money the way they support the action statements, then likely you'll have a good shot at them supporting the RAP tax. It's important to note that 23% of folks say I do not support increasing taxes. That is 23% of the 29%. So that simply means about 6.7% of your community has flat out said that they would not support, taxes for parks and recreation. That's an exceptionally small number. Next slide. Next slide. So overall, prioritize community needs in terms of recreation programs and services. High is fitness, outdoor adventure, recreation, performing arts, special events. You have a lot more medium programs. So simply what high means is you are going to continue to invest and reinvest and expand those opportunities where possible. Medium simply means that you're going to continue on with those programs and strategically expand them, but not do it across the board. Low means that you have either right-sized those programs and services and don't need to increase them, or if you are not doing them, then it's not something to jump into. Next slide. In terms of facilities and amenities, this is the prioritized needs, 2012 versus 2020. You have similar in 2020 as you do in 2012 in your top two. But it looks like you've done a good job in terms of addressing, promoting programs that promote safe use of parks, aquatic programs, adult programs, and aquatic or sport programs over the last 8 years, since those have dropped off of the high needs. What has replaced some of those in 2020 is the art programs and special events. Next slide. In terms of facilities and amenities, same exercise. Continue to expand and invest and reinvest in the amenities in the high category. In the medium category, continue those and strategically invest where possible. But again, you're not going to do it across the board. And the low priorities simply means you've either right-sized those facilities or there's not a desire to add to your portfolio in any way, shape, or form. Again, low priority does not mean that you're going to start to do away with things. It just simply means you're doing a good job of providing that, and you don't really need to expand upon those services. Next slide. So again, prioritized needs in 2012 were much greater than they were in 2020. You have done a good job with the dog park. Expanding the city cemetery is no longer a top need. Community gardens is no longer a top need, and tennis courts is no longer a top need. But again, those top 6 are all similar to where you were at in 2012. Next slide. So our next steps over the next 3 months is where we will move into the technical phase. Next slide. In which we will start to take this information, use it as foundational information, but also start to identify where your levels of service standard needs to be, and what that means in terms of what you need more of in the next 10 to 15 years. We'll also work on the operational side of the equation with programming and maintenance. We will do some funding analysis as well and develop a high-level capital improvement program. It's our intention to be in front of you in, I believe, somewhere in May or June to present some of the key technical findings, and then in July for a work session on the overall plan, and then again for adoption towards the end of July. Next slide. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and attention. Hopefully I left a little bit of time for Q&A.
Any questions? Mr. Harding.
Thank you. As I said to the last presenter, I really appreciate this kind of data-driven approach, and I commend our Parks and Rec department for going through this effort. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have such high quality services and from Parks and Rec. So I really support this. I also think that it's very good to have the data, to get the surveys. I think that we also need to use wisdom in interpreting and implementing or applying what we learned from these surveys. I notice adult activities and services. I don't remember exactly, fitness and whatever the category was there. I see that as, at least in my situation, and different people have different situations, but if I were asked, is it important to have children's sports and fitness activities, I'd say yes. And I put my kids in those services or those opportunities. If I was asked, is it important to have adult fitness and sports opportunities, I'd say yes, that's important. But I don't necessarily do that myself. And so again, just using that wisdom and how we apply what we learned from these services, or sorry, this survey, I think it will be key as well. And then I should mention that I guess to the rest of the council, and maybe to Mr. Henderson as well. With one of the committees I'm working on, we're kind of looking through budgets and how we've assessed things in the past and whatnot. And one thing I noticed is in the past on the financial sheets, we have a lot of the services broken down, like where we spend the money, where the expenditures are for the budget. And so we have parks, we have youth programs, we have adult sports programs, and all of those are listed out. But under revenues, we have things like, I guess I don't know what all they are, but one is fees. And I understand, particularly with the triple play, some of those things are all interconnected, but I think it would be helpful if we had youth sports programs. We know how much we were budgeting for, but if we also had an idea of what we think that the fees are that are generated from those sports programs, and likewise for adult sports programs, if we had that, I think it would be helpful in kind of seeing what the net cost to the taxpayers are for these various services. So anyway, just a thought as we look at what kind of services we want to expand and whatnot. It might be helpful to also see, what is the net cost of expanding these services.
Mr. Fillmore.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Sewell. Mike, I just wanted to ask you on one point. Because the new regional sports complex is not yet completed, it won't be for a couple of years, doesn't seem to be much of a factor in your survey. What do you think your survey tells us about the need and desirability and the potential for that sports park out in the southwest part of town?
Well, if I understand, and thank you for the question, I think it's a great question. If I understand correctly, that is going to help alleviate the utilization of existing athletic fields. I think your current athletic fields are certainly being overutilized, and that is creating pressure on your maintenance operations to provide high quality fields during a relatively short growing season. But I also think one of the intentions of the sports complex is to allow your residents to stay home for all of the sports tournaments that they're currently having to travel to, as well as then get people to come to town so that there's an economic impact on that. And so I think that one of the things when we look at local need, and I think that's really what that survey is doing, it's really just kind of looking at local need and whether or not there's a need for more space. You certainly have thousands of people that have that identify that as a need as well as an unmet need. So I think what you're attempting to do, and the correlation back to the survey, is to improve the quality of your existing fields, spread the utilization out, and in turn allow people to recreate more locally when it comes to that competitive tournament. We didn't ask any specific questions about that on the survey, and it would be really interesting when we update the master plan in 7 or 8 years to ask some specific questions about how that has impacted it. One of the things I think we can see and tie some dots is a tangent to your question, but we can see the correlation or the impact that your new recreation center has had on your community. More people are participating in programs, higher quality ratings or excellent ratings of your programs. I anticipate when you do that sports complex and we come back 7, 8 years from now and do this again, that we'll be able to create a similar correlation to how the sports complex has improved the quality of life for in particular youth sports in Provo.
Well, we certainly hope so and anticipate that. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
You're welcome.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I really appreciate this approach and all of the effort and study and quantitative data that's gone into this. I was in St. George last week and I was just surprised, even though I've been there many times, I was surprised at the phenomenal and consistent trail networks that they have in the urban part of Washington County. And I imagine that a lot of those trails were planned as the developments were being implemented or before the developments were built. And we don't have that luxury because our city's almost built out. But how can we get from good to better on trails and connectivity, especially east and west? I drive to the west side of town to use the trails over there, and Dave Shipley drives to the east side of town to use the trails over here. What can we do despite our constraints?
Yeah, I think that's what the technical phase will run into here in the next phase of the project. But one of the things that we consistently heard was the Provo River and using that. I also think that there were some very specific examples in the virtual community meeting. We had a lot of questions come in about very specific opportunities for connectivity that you're alluding to. And I don't have those pulled up in front of me, nor do we have time to run through each and every one of those. But I think one of the things that that actual Q&A from the virtual community meeting, of which several trail questions were asked, it has very excellent responses from staff. that I think would best be used to help inform your question at that level for right now. But we'll tease that out a little bit further in the next phase. So I think as the Q&A format gets, as the Q&A document gets formatted, I think it would be great to have that shared specifically and directly with you all.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's just some major barriers in our community. I-15 keeps pedestrians on one side or the other. The railroad tracks is a significant barrier, especially in the south. And the river is a barrier in other areas. So
Yeah.
the more we can do to literally bridge those barriers, the better off. And especially in the south where the two major rail lines are just impassable.
Yeah, they cut you off. I mean, it can be done. It certainly, I lived on Scott and Doug's side of the table, and I know it can be done. It usually takes a lot of work to get the railroads to agree to that, and it's certainly not cheap to do so. But it certainly allows, when you can overcome those significant infrastructure barriers, it opens up a whole bunch of possibilities for people to get from point A to point B.
We are running out of time here. Can we make this the last question, Councillor Fillmore?
I certainly can, Mr. Chair. Mike, many of us are focused on trying to improve the recreational opportunities immediately in the southeast part of town. That has to do with Slate Canyon. There's some property there that may be available for acquisition. While many of your questions and answers certainly are suggestive with respect to that area, I wonder if you had any specific focus on the southeast part of Provo and the Slate Canyon expansion in particular.
Yeah, we again, that was something that was kind of tipped off to us the day before the virtual community meeting, and we certainly had a number of individuals participate in the virtual community meeting, looking forward to, and kind of what I alluded to in the survey was, or going through the survey was that kind of adventure area exports in Slate Canyon. So it could be skate parks, bike, BMX track, could be mountain biking trails. That is certainly something that we will look at as we get into the strategic recommendations phase of the project. But there was definitely a lot of community support vocalized as part of the virtual community meeting last week. And it seems like that location not only works well for that, but it's not as if this is just one small special interest group in your community, because of the fact that the survey results of your community as a whole support that potential type of development in that area.
Okay. Thank you. That needs to be a key focus going forward. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike and Scott, for that presentation. We had better move on to our next item, which is a presentation on the need for a Provo City Sustainability Program, which includes a sustainability director and a sustainability plan. And I just want to say up front here that when George and I talked about this, we had planned on 30 minutes, and I did not notice until just a few minutes ago that it's showing on the agenda for 20. So George, if you need to, do what you need to do to give us your message, and we'll make it up somehow.
I'll do my best. Thanks. I appreciate it, Mr. Sewell. All right. Well, I just, let's see, do I have control here or not? How do I advance the slide? I see it.
So John will give you control, but you usually have to click to accept it.
Yeah, I did click it. I see a little hand whenever I move the screen or move my thing, but I don't know how to advance the slide.
Is it a PDF instead of a PowerPoint?
It's a PowerPoint.
Try hitting the arrow keys on your computer.
No. Can John just do it for me?
John, are you with us?
Okay, so I just, this is a discussion I thought would be necessary, especially in light of the fact that the first time we discussed having a sustainability director was shortly after I was elected, and Don Jarvis helped educate and inform the council about what a sustainability director does and what sustainability is. And in light of the departure of our sustainability coordinator last year, I thought it would be helpful for all of us to revisit the conversation. And I'm going to try to end here with, or I will end here with a couple of proposals that I'd like your feedback on, and then hopefully we can go from there. But I thought it would be good to just have a broad picture of what sustainability is, why it matters, and so on. And I think there are lots of definitions you can find about sustainability. I think it simply is really about how we live, consume, and govern in such a way that the quality of life that we enjoy now is possible and perhaps even better for future generations. A lot of people in sustainability today talk about the triple bottom line, that is the social, economic, and environmental impacts of our decisions, and how they must be measured together. To measure and value one over the other is actually in some ways to end up undervaluing what you thought you valued. So for example, if you push too hard for environmental protections and you don't think about human or economic impacts, that can actually end up hurting the environment over the longer term, because a healthy economy is necessary to drive a healthy environment. And if you push too hard for, if you think of this as either or kind of thinking, you can end up hurting the thing that you're trying to preserve. If you think that not worrying about environmental protections matters, and you want to build business in the economy in Provo, and we end up polluting everything and nobody wants to live here, then that ends up hurting our businesses. So it's really about thinking in a holistic and comprehensive way. And nothing I want to say today should imply that we aren't doing a good job in many ways already. In fact, we've just heard some remarkable things that are going on. And I know that many of our department heads are very mindful of sustainability issues, and the mayor's office is, and I know we are as a council. So I'm not intending any of this as by way of criticism, simply as a way of sort of recapturing what our vision is and thinking about how we can do better. Because I think actually a lot of the good things that have happened have been because we've pushed and we've had goals and we've thought together about things. And I think the more we do that, the better it is. So I think what we're really missing is a more coordinated effort aimed at collective goals as a city. If you could go to the next slide, John. So, and I hate to, give you heavy doses of religion here, but I happen to be a researcher on religion and the environment, which is kind of a fun topic. And sustainability is something that has caught the attention of world religious leaders across the globe. And I'm just going to give you a couple of samples here. Dalai Lama says, as people live alive today, we must consider future generations. A clean environment is a human right like any other. It is therefore part of our responsibility toward others to ensure that the world we pass on is as healthy, if not healthier, than we found it. One thing I want you to notice is how these statements all involve human concerns. I mean, I think, there was a time, and sometimes still today, there's a tension sometimes between the proverbial spotted owl and the logger, and we sort of assume we either protect nature or humanity, but not both at the same time. And that's not the vision of world religious leaders. Pope Francis has been one of the most outspoken leaders in the world about climate change in particular, but about environmental stewardship generally. And he says there can be no renewal of our relationship to nature without a renewal of humanity itself. Essentially, he argues that taking care of nature requires us to learn how to take better care of one another. And Elder Ballard recently spoke at BYU last year, just before COVID hit, and he was talking to the younger generation, and he said, I see about your generation that I see your commitment to a more sustainable future for all of God's children and creatures and the earth, whether it is the environmental, economic, or social, I would hope you will continue to find creative solutions to help protect the future for all of God's children in our world. We should do whatever we can to protect and preserve the earth to make life better for those who will live here. We have a divine stewardship. Go to the next one, John. So sustainability, I've discovered, at least in the 3 years I've been in office, it has so much to do with what we do all the time in city governance. From the legislative end, every time we're making decisions about water and land policy, whether it's making decisions about development, the density of that development, when we're making decisions about zoning, open space protections, and decisions that have relevance to impacts on watersheds, we're affecting land and water. We are essentially establishing land and water policy. And when we make building standards and codes, we're making decisions about air quality, because buildings are a major contributor to air pollution. Waste management, of course, is a big issue for us in Provo and elsewhere in the country right now, and figuring out how to do that cost effectively and getting more people involved is a tricky one. Everything we do regarding transportation matters, because it affects our air quality and quality of life. So mass transit, when we make decisions about active transportation, biking and walking, how we connect mass transit in that last mile to our destination is crucial. Transportation planning can be better coordinated with zoning, so that we are, building higher density developments nearer to transportation hubs and so on. Energy, we've just heard wonderful things from Travis about the Provo Power, but there lots of crucial issues that they're wrestling with, that we are in conversation with them about, and that's been a really fruitful thing, and there's still a great deal of success to be had there. And it's important that we do these things in a balanced way, so that we, like I was saying, we don't stress environment over the economy, or the economy over social opportunity for people. We don't want to benefit the environment for one group of the population, but not for another. So distributing our city parks equitably through the city, for example, is a great thing. If you go to the next one, John. And from the administrative end, there's a lot to think about as well. The city is a major consumer and emitter, just like any other large organization, like a university or a business. It needs to be conscientious about how we do what we do. And cities are proving to be one of the most significant forces for change in the world with regard to sustainability, because of the power that we have as cities to really make collective changes for the better. And when you have a sustainability plan or sustainability goals, it gives you an ability to measure things like carbon footprints, or what our collective contribution is to air pollution, our vehicle trips per day per citizen, and how we can improve such things. And as I think we have 480 employees in the city, if I remember correctly, but whatever the number is, what can we all be doing to be part of the solution in terms of our own individual contributions? We just heard a lot about how much land the city manages and owns. And that means that we have a lot of responsibility. And I know, again, we do a lot of great things here that pertain to sustainability in terms of our arbor program, our trees, our river, our water treatment, fertilizers and pesticides, park management, gardens, foothills, canyons, and trails, which we just heard are one of the best things about this community, and one of the things that we want to still be the best thing about this community 30 years, 50 years from now. We own and operate a lot of buildings and vehicles, and we have an opportunity to promote health in the community, and we also have a responsibility to help our business community to thrive at the same time. So these are all reasons why sustainability matters to us. Go to the next one, please. So I guess my point is pretty obvious that everyone has responsibility for sustainability, and sustainability principles ideally should be part of every department's master plan and of the general plan of the city. And this would help administration and the council, engineers and planners, parks and rec and economic development, police and fire, all to be on the same page. This anyway is my hope and my vision. I think when we have these common goals, I think it can reduce tensions and competition between different parts of government or different departments, and increase collaboration as we seek to develop and grow while also preserving and conserving. And this, of course, requires collective buy-in, and that's one of the things I want to talk about here in a moment. Go to the next one, John. Thanks. So if it's not obvious by now, I think I'm suggesting that this requires a carefully coordinated effort driven by a high level and integrated expertise, and it requires buy-in from every department and both branches of city government. And to accomplish this, I suggest that we need a sustainability plan for the city and a sustainability coordinator to help create and execute that plan, and that sustainability coordinator needs access to the mayor and to department heads and to the council to be working collectively across all branches of the government and departments. It will cost money, obviously, but there are a couple of things that I am very optimistic about. And one is that a sustainability coordinator, first of all, a lot of the things, and Don Jarvis can tell you a lot more about this because he's researched this in other cities, but sustainability efforts can save cities considerable amounts of money. So this actually doesn't have to be a drain financially on the city, at least not in the longer term. And there are grants to be applied for and obtained by the city. The other thing that I want to suggest here is that Kevin Garlick at the UMPA, I think, ran out of time to talk about this in more detail, but he and I spoke at some length last week, and he has funds from UMPA that he is offering to cities to be used for what he's calling a community energy plan. And he said that he would be very happy to use that, allow Provo to use that money for a sustainability plan or for any other purpose that we might deem appropriate. But I guess what I'm wanting to paint here is the possibility that what I'm about to propose may not end up costing any money out of our general fund. We may be able to do this without it at all. And in the longer term, we could be saving the city money. Go ahead to the next one. So the first option that I want to propose, if you could go back, first option is to hire a full-time sustainability coordinator or director. And that could either be right away or it could be in a few months' time, and require the creation of that plan as part of the job description. One of the pros of doing this is that it has high level focus and expertise and control brought into the city, somebody who can report directly to the mayor and will be, as a full-time person, will be able to apply for grant monies. And this would free up Robert Mills, who's currently functioning part-time as our sustainability coordinator, for more planning work. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing for Robert or for the department. It is just something that would be implied by this particular shift. The downside is that this is the most expensive option. I don't actually know for sure. I think it would be around $100,000. It could be more than that a year if you include all the medical benefits and everything for a full-time position. And one of the downsides, as I've talked with a number of experts in the field over the last couple of weeks, is that it does run the risk of everyone sort of assuming, sustainability is that person's job. It's not really ours. And so there's a little bit less of a sense of shared responsibility across the whole city. Go to the second option, or next slide. The second option, which is the one I actually favor, I'll just say that, although there are two different versions of option 2, and that is to hire a consulting firm to create a sustainability plan for the city of Provo, and then have Robert Mills continue serving as our part-time coordinator to bring that plan to fruition and then to begin execution of it. And then we could revisit the question at a later point about whether or not that plan necessitates a full-time position or not. Whether or not Robert could continue to do that part-time, or whether we would want or need somebody to do that full-time. I think there are enough uncertainties about whether or not that's going to be necessary, that full-time position would be necessary, that I'm open to this. So version A is that we have Design Workshop, who's already working on our general plan, and they have offered to add a supplementary a sustainability plan for to be included with the general plan. So we already have a partner. The buy-in on this would be widespread, because this would involve creation of a committee that would work on this. We already have an employee sustainability committee and a citizen sustainability committee. And we've got lots of good people to draw from, and we could have representation across the departments of the city. And this is a cheap option. It would be about $60,000. And it would probably be the most time efficient of the two, because they're already working on it, and they're eager to have that conversation. The downside is that we still have a part-time person rather than a full-time. One of my personal concerns is whether or not this will produce the best plan. I don't have any reason to believe it won't, but I don't have any reason yet to believe that it will. I'd like to listen and find out. But there might be other firms that could produce better plans, or it might be ideal actually to have an independent firm do it. But and I think there's just the ongoing question of whether it's Robert or anybody else in that position. Will they have the authority to help congregate everyone who needs to be involved and to help create that buy-in? Yeah. And then the version B of the plan here is to have an independent firm produce the plan parallel to the general plan. And I've talked to one firm in particular, just to pick their brain. I sent a sample of a plan that they had helped produce to the council earlier this week. And they have worked with Design Workshop before. There may be other firms that we could consider if we wanted to take the time to do a full RFP. But this is not unusual either, to have someone independently producing it sort of in concert with another firm. One of the pros of this is that we could get an even stronger plan from the process. And again, the buy-in hopefully will be widespread. A little bit of the downside is, again, a part-time rather than full-time coordinator. It could be a little slower than what Design Workshop could do for us, and it appears to be more expensive. It would probably be around $100,000 rather than $60,000. So go to the last slide, John, and then I can see if there are discussions. My proposal is to have Design Workshop present to the Foothills Committee. And the reason this was actually Gary McGinn's idea, I think it's a good one. We've got 3 council members on that committee. We have representatives from major departments across the city: Parks and Rec, Public Works, and Development Services, and Community Neighborhood Services. So it's a really important group of people that could really do some good vetting preliminarily for the rest of the council, and just listen to their pitch about how they could create a sustainability plan that can be integrated into the process that's already underway for the general plan. And then we could invite another independent firm to make a similar presentation for an independent plan, and then charge the Foothills Committee with making a recommendation for a vote on which of those 2 options seems like the best one. So that's the essence of my proposal. And again, I'm hoping and quite optimistic that whether we spent the $60,000 or the $100,000, and I haven't talked to Travis Ball about this yet, so I apologize, but I just had that conversation with Kevin. But if there's the possibility of some monies from UMPA that we could actually dedicate to this, then we may be looking at something that doesn't have to do any dipping into the general fund. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Handley?
So I guess what I'm looking for then would be, I guess we would like we would like and need a motion from the council about my proposal. I just wanted to make sure if Robert or Don Jarvis had anything they wanted to add. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I think it's a good presentation. I like the main points and the argument that this is something we're involved with at almost every decision the city makes. That we are involved with sustainability, and having someone coordinate it and having a plan that is pointed towards sustainability, I think would be very helpful. And I think your or Gary's suggestion of this small group to vet the two options would be it's quite creative and makes a lot of sense.
Robert?
I would just echo that and say that we're very supportive of the option that George presented there. We think that having the really good policy and plan in place would empower a full-time or part-time sustainability coordinator to be able to go to all of these different departments, kind of direct that work, and like George was saying, that you kind of get that buy-in from everybody rather than just having one person tasked with figuring it all out. So I think this is a great plan and really supportive of it.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
I was just going to say, I think the proposal makes a lot of sense. So I move that we, I'm not exactly sure how this should be framed, but basically, I move that the council support that proposal and ask for the Foothills Committee to come back with a recommendation after hearing both presentations.
Motion by Mr. Harding. Do we have a second?
I have a quick question on the motion. Mr. Harding said the Foothills Committee. Did you mean the General Plan Steering Committee?
No, we're talking about the what we've been calling the Foothills Committee, with which is Mr. Fillmore, Ms. Ellsworth, and myself.
Okay, so just those three.
Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion by the council on the motion? Mr. Hoban.
Can we just restate the motion?
So the motion is to request that the Foothills Committee proceed with what has been proposed, so that they would hear the two proposals that were outlined, and then bring their recommendation to us as to which option to pursue.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Well, I'd just like to say something then. I appreciate the long-range vision that we've seen in this proposal. And I love the two definitions right at the very beginning of the presentation. And I just feel like this is very well thought out, and I'm very supportive of the proposal. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Then I will call for a vote. Mr. Handley?
Yes.
Mr. Harding?
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Fillmore?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Handley.
Mr. Sewell, could I just make one comment? I just wanted to thank the administration and thank the mayor and Isaac and Robert. They've been very supportive of sustainability efforts all along the way. And even though we've faced this challenge of losing our sustainability coordinator, Robert has stepped up in the interim, and he's been doing a fantastic job. And I know that this has been difficult, but I so much appreciate their support, and the mayor's definitely been very encouraging about this and supportive of whatever way we can make this position more effective in the city over the long term. So I'm really grateful for that. I just wanted to make sure that I said that.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 8 then, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding legislative staffing. This item will be presented by Executive Director Cliff Strachan. But before you get started, Cliff, I just want to say that my sense is that you have a lot of support on this item. Most of us feel like it's kind of a cleanup, and I think we're going to want to have a lot of discussion potentially on the subsequent items. So I think you'd be okay to make this pretty brief and see how fast we can get through it. I can't hear you, Cliff.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so staff earlier was commenting on the side that that Zoom meetings often sound like seances. And so I'm here, standing here. If you hear any banging, it's just me.
Okay.
So I have 3 slides on this. I'll just pull them up real quick. Today we're discussing proposed changes to Chapter 2.5 of the Municipal Legislative Code, which provides rules for the Municipal Council. The proposed ordinance does not change Section 2.5.030, which are powers of the council chair, where the council chair supervises and has overall responsibility for the council office. Section 2.50.130 already assigns duties to the executive director and notes that the, quote, executive director shall be supervised by the council chair, end of quote. So the proposed ordinance actually only affects 2 sections of the code, Section 90 and Section 130. So legislative staffing and assignments of duties. See if I get that to work here. So the proposed amendment removes the requirement to appoint by resolution policy analyst and contract positions. And that's because the council is already appointing the executive director. That requirement to appoint policy analysts is kind of a remnant from prior to creating the position that I'm in. It also adds the guidance that the executive director should be appointed on the basis of ability and prior experience. The third slide is the amendments to Section 130. And essentially, we remove the old K and replace it with something that more fully sets out what the supervisory powers are appropriate to the position, including staff and decisions, and which are consistent with the powers afforded other department directors throughout the city. It clarifies that the reasons for these supervisory powers are the proper administration and effective operation of the council office, which I see as my one of my core responsibilities. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now or take them tonight, where it's on the agenda as the last item of the evening.
There was a question, Cliff, of were you intending to have that text displayed on the screen as you were talking there?
Yes. Did it not show?
No, it didn't. If you could bring it up, that'd be great.
I'm sorry. All right, so let me just back up real quick.
Yeah.
There's the first slide showing you what we're talking about. Second slide shows the changes in 90. Delete the red, add the blue. The third one removes K and just expands on, what supervisory is. Now, I will tell you, I pulled this language from a number of different places in the code where police chiefs, city administrator, department directors, whatever. I tried to pull the best language that made sense for what the fullness of the responsibility is when it comes to supervising employees. And then
Thank you.
tonight, what I would show you is just the actual ordinance.
Okay. We have questions for Cliff.
All right, thank you.
All right, I think we're good until tonight on that, Cliff. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 9, a discussion on ranked choice voting and the possible use for the 2021 municipal elections. And Cliff Strachan, and Council Executive Director, is slated to give the initial presentation on this.
Okay, and this time I'll try and actually share the screen with you. All right, so can you see it now? No, you got the wrong screen here, hang on.
Yeah, it's about the legislative staffing.
Yeah, it's full just like a seance. Okay. All right, you should be able to see a slide on ranked choice voting. Yep. I actually have 4 slides. I was asked to take 3 to 5 minutes maximum, kind of just give you an overview and history of the changes, what a draft motion might look like, and just a sense of what the issue is. So the 3 slides are basically covered by the 3 bullets below. And I won't really read through them, but I will tell you that as you look at it and consider, the council has been having discussions on and off about this since 2018, after the legislature approved a pilot program. We heard about it twice in 2018 and then twice again in 2021. As you recall, in 2019, 2 cities did it, both very small, both what I consider to be slate, basically list the top 3, 5, or 6 or whatever get elected. 2021, we talked about some possible changes, other voting methods that did not get accepted, and they did clarify a couple of things. One thing in particular, that the council decides, the legislative body gets to decide to opt in, and Brian's review of the language in the code makes it clear that while the council gets to opt in, it's up to the election official, which in this case is Amanda Erkenbracket in the city, who decides whether or not it's for the primary or the general. And I might add that whether we do it or not do it, we'll have 2 more cracks at it under the pilot legislation that's still in effect since 2018. So what have you heard and read about ranked choice voting? This is a list of just some of the pros and cons that we've talked about in the various meetings. Some of you attended an extra Zoom meeting with Stan Lockhart and some of his folks promoting the RCV idea. You've had lots of discussion on it. I think we made available to the council minutes from the 4 meetings that we had, including the links, as well as 2 articles or reports that were provided by Hannah Sulzel and John Magnus, approximately 2 years apart, that talks about the various aspects of RCV. And so if you go through those, you get a sense of what it's all about. I don't feel like I need to spend any time educating you on the good and the bad and perhaps the uncertainty and the positivity that might happen if you adopt it. The final slide basically is the question that's at hand. By May 10th, you have 3 meetings between now, counting today, and April 20th and May 4th. By May 10th, the council needs to decide whether or not it wants to opt in. If you opt in, I've crafted an affirmative motion below that you would opt in. And if you chose not to have a vote between now and then, it would just be assumed that the status quo carries on. This year, there's 3 council members and the mayor who are up for election. And then 2 years, of course, will be 4 council members. That's all I had, Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, you mentioned that the election official gets to decide if it's applied during the primary or the general election. Can you explain, if she were to decide one way, what would that look like? If she were to decide the other way, what does that look like?
Okay, so basically, if and I will tell you that it was it's not very clear in the code initially until you start looking at an exception. It talks about the procedures, and then there's an exception that if you read through the link to the other part of the code, it makes clear that it basically appears that the election officer gets to decide. In other words, that they have the option of doing it a different way from the procedures described in the initial ordinance or initial code. What I will say is the two ways it'll be happening. One is if RCV were the method, if we participated in the pilot project, we would carry on either in the general election or in the primary. So in the general election, all the candidates would continue to be on the list, and you would carry the election season would be longer, but the city would save about $100,000 by not running a primary election. So that's one of the advantages of not doing the other way. The primary election method, if Amanda were to elect to do it primary, the way it would be set up, we would still end up with two candidates at the very end. Does that answer your question, Mr. Harding?
Yeah, thank you. So if we choose to use it in the general, there is no primary. And if we choose to use it in the primary, then coming out of the primary, we would only have two candidates. And so then we would have a regular election in the general.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Fillmore?
Sorry. I want to be clear. This option that would allocate the decision to Amanda, whether it's general election or primary, is that just in terms of this pilot program? It's not a general concept in the law, is it?
No, it's Brian could probably, if Brian wants to step on with the actual ordinance and talk to you about it, he's the one that made me aware of the of this nuance.
No, I don't need a big explanation. I just want to know if it only pertains to the pilot program.
I don't believe it pertains to the regular elections, only the pilot.
Okay.
That's correct. Under state law, a primary is under the normal system, a primary is required if there's more than two candidates for a seat. Under this system, under the pilot program, you don't have to have a primary, but you can elect to have one, in which case ranked choice voting really determines who the two coming out of the primary are instead of who the final winner is.
Okay. The reason I'm interested in ranked voting is because of what I felt was just a mess in the state gubernatorial election last summer, where we ended up with so many candidates in the primary, and given the dominance of the Republican Party in the state, we had the potential for somebody winning a plurality of 26 or 27% of the primary vote and becoming a Republican primary vote and becoming our next governor. And that just seemed categorically undemocratic to me. It's the idea of plurality elections that troubles me. Now, having said that, Isaac Paxman, in a note to us the other night, highlighted the difference between a partisan election and a nonpartisan election, which city elections are. Nonetheless, I don't, even acknowledging that, the absence of that kind of partisanship, the fact is that we could still have multiple candidates. And you could still end up with a plurality electing future mayor or whatever. So that's still a real concern to me. I don't think any voting system is going to be perfect. They're all going to have their drawbacks. We simply have to decide which one we think might be best. And frankly, ranked voting has some real appeal to me, primarily because of the plurality problem. It's also been indicated the mayor is opposed to ranked voting. All I've heard personally is just kind of general concern. It might be helpful if the mayor might want to take a minute or two and be very specific about what it is that concerns her.
All right, that sounded like an invitation to the mayor. Would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I'll just talk for a few seconds and then maybe I'll pass it to Isaac. Just because now that I've announced I'm running, I feel a little bit like it might be a conflict of interest and I don't want it to appear anything like that. But I will just state that with it's not only ranked choice voting that they are piloting. Next year we may have to pilot star voting. And are we going to be willing to take the time and the money to do an educational program for ranked choice voting right now, and then turn around and do it again next year for a pilot for star voting? And then there's a third, and I can't recall the name, but that's potentially going to be piloted as well. So how confused do we want to make our residents? That's my question. And at what expense? We're going to have money if you vote to do this to start a marketing and educational program for our citizens. And I'll just pass to Isaac, and then that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mayor. Isaac?
Well, as I mentioned, I think, again, the focus for the mayor that all I've ever heard her talk about is the voter experience and that. And I hear the plurality comments. I don't know that, I think to some extent, I feel like there's a divide between kind of people who are really into whatever kind of politics, municipal or others, and those who are not. And I don't know that too many voters agonize too much over, Governor Cox got this percent or that percent. He's our governor. We had an election and he's our governor and that type of thing. And I don't know. I think I expressed, for a general election to have this big list of candidates and have to rank those is a burden on folks, and that's somewhat what the literature talks about. They talk about it in terms of the cost, not in terms of monetary cost, but the cost of vetting multiple candidates in a way that you wouldn't in a normal general election. And I appreciate that the council is talking about maybe using this only in a primary. And then also on the plurality, and I haven't studied this in depth, but I've talked to a few people who have, and I've been doing some reading and so forth. And it doesn't. One major city has done 20 of these, and they've never come up with a full majority of the voters electing the winner, because a lot of votes drop off and that type of thing. And so I guess I share the mayor's feeling that fundamentally our system is sound, certainly for our municipality. It works. It has some flaws, but the more I get into the literature, there's some really funky things that happen. And I can even, Xerox a page of this and send it along if you want to see, where you can really have some weird, interesting, unforeseen consequences where voting for a candidate can actually help them lose and consequences like that. So, or listing them first and things like that. So it's an unknown, it's experimental, it's not fully got peer-reviewed academic approval. Why do it? We're gonna have to have one imperfect system. I think our feeling is let's lean towards the known imperfect system rather than a newfangled one that we don't quite know the twists and turns to, and is going to require an educational component and so forth. So those are some of the thoughts.
Let me address some of those before we let Mr. Shipley ask a question. So plurality elections still, even though we try to get to two people, we still sometimes, as we saw the last election, we had a write-in candidate, and I believe while Mayor Kafusi won by over 50%, with a write-in vote, the three candidates, she could have won with as little as say 34%. So it can happen even in the system that we're already doing. With respect to RCV, it is true, is depending on how long your list is. I think people lose. If you have 11 candidates, I think people start losing interest in how far they rank down, and so some of those votes will become wasted as different people drop off the list. At the end of the day, you might still have a winner that has 50%, less than 50% of all the voters, but you will have someone who has at least 50% of the remaining ballots. as you go through that process. I will note that the alternate methods like star voting, and I can't remember the other one at the moment, but they both did not pass. I don't know whether they will actually pass at the next session, and if they do, they wouldn't apply to local governments till at least 2023. One thing I would say is that ranked choice voting in different places and different with different sets of rules have been operating since the early 1900s. They've had some advantage. They've been successful in other areas and they've kept it. In other areas, they didn't like it and they've not kept it. So there's always pros and cons. And one thing I've learned from talking to John Magnus, who's run a number of campaigns out in California and other places. At the end of the day, the rules that are set around an election, people will always find a way to work around the rules or around and devise strategies for whatever rules are in place. So, at the end of the day, it's for me, it's neither here nor there because I figure people will figure out the ways around the rules. Mr. Shipley, you had a question.
Yeah, I just wonder if we have any sense in whether or not Amanda would use this for the primary or the general. It seems like a pretty important thing to understand before we move forward.
I agree, and I'd like to ask her that question if that's all right, Mayor, because she will be the decision maker if we approve this.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm kind of putting her on the spot, but.
Okay.
And I'd just caution you that her answer today doesn't have to be her final answer.
All right. So if you feel so inclined, feel free to speak up, Amanda, but we won't hold you to it.
Amanda, you're muted.
Sorry about that. So it's a complicated decision, and honestly, I'm not sure at this point. I think one of the biggest appeals to ranked choice voting is that you're saving the cost of a primary. But I do wonder, is it a safer way to kind of test this out and get a feel for it? So to be honest, I don't know at this point. I think that's something that we would really dig into after you make your decision.
That makes sense. That's a fair answer. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
can I
Mr.
just
Shipley.
follow up and ask if there would be enough time if we approve it to educate voters by the primary and her? I mean, that's part of it, right? Is that we'd have to have an education campaign prior to the primary if we decided that we even wanted to use it for the primary. So logistically, is there enough time to educate voters prior to the primary?
That would be really hard. It would be really tough. But we could do it. We can do anything.
I will say that we won't be alone. The people who are advocating this going to be happening in quite a few, I won't say quite a few cities, but several cities around the state, including within the county and in Salt Lake County. So it will be happening. Other efforts will also be being made. I think those costs will be shared. I think Shannon Ellsworth was next up. Am I correct on that?
Cliff, if it's all right, I'd like to move to council discussion at this point. We have a lot of hands up. I'm showing that Mr. Hanley is the next in line.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, I want to make a sort of a pitch, but I'm also a little confused. My preference would be to use this for the primary. And the main reason for that, even though it doesn't save us the money, is that I do think, having 12 candidates for mayor and however many candidates for city council all election season is not desirable. I think the best thing about ranked choice voting is the way in which it doesn't undo. I think it gives a better chance to the candidates that are appealing to the broadest base. And in those primary elections, they're from what I've seen in our city, there's always several really good candidates, and I would like to see that they get their best chance to make it into the final two for the general election. So I think it actually will have all of the benefits that we want it to have in time for the primary, but then it wouldn't drag out the election season with too many candidates and make it that much more confusing for But my question, that much more confusing for the general public by the time they come around to the general election. But I guess my question is, are we, maybe I'm still not quite clear. We are just voting on whether we're opting in and then Amanda decides where it gets applied, or can we make a recommendation? Or, because I actually would, I have a strong preference for the primary. That's all I want to express. I just don't know if that gets factored into the vote at all.
Mr. Hanley, I think it would be appropriate if you want to make a recommendation, but at the end of the day, it'll be in Amanda's wheelhouse.
Okay.
That's right. Mr. Hardy?
Thank you. I believe in 2019, the state set aside some money for the education of voters, who were trying this out for the first time. I don't know. Does anyone know if that money is still available for 2021? That might be something to figure out if we don't know offhand right now. And also, I think the lobbyists who had been lobbying for it also spent some of their resources just to educate, to help the public who are going to be participating to know about that. I don't know why I'm flickering, but oh well. Sorry. I heard someone mention, that perhaps the best benefit, or one of the main reasons for going with RCV is that there is no primary and it saves the money. I think that's a benefit, but at least for me, that's definitely not the motivation. I think our elections are critical enough that we should spend what we need to spend to make sure it's the best experience. For me, it's because I believe it actually will provide a better experience for the voters, and is a better way to capture the will of the voters. So for me, that's my motivation. I would hope, and my understanding from what Brian Jones has explained, it's my understanding that it's completely the election officials' choice on whether it gets used in the primary or the general. And I totally support that. I believe that decision can be made after the filing period, because I would hope that it depends on the number of candidates. Obviously, if we don't have more than 2 candidates in any race, then we don't need a primary and we don't need ranked choice voting at the end either. If we have 3, then I don't think it really makes sense to have it in the primary if there's 3, because you don't need ranked choice voting at all to narrow it from 3 to 2. Anyway, maybe I spoke too soon on that. I'm still trying to figure some of these things out as well. But I really think that if you had 4 or more, or maybe 5 or more candidates in any race, then I really hope that it would be done in the primary. But if you don't have, somewhere there's that number where it makes sense to do it in the primary rather than in the general. But if there's 3 candidates, I would hope that we hold off until the end on that. But obviously that's going to be the election officials' decision. We've talked about the length of campaign. Some people declare very early. Some people don't declare until the filing deadline. And then even my experience, and having watched different campaigns, my experience is often, there's a big push running up to the primary, and then there's kind of another period where things cool off for a little bit, and then there's kind of the big lead up to the general as well. And so I think that if there is no primary, I don't think it necessarily extends the length of the active campaigning. And I think this is where what John Magnus's suggestions are. Campaigns will adjust. Whatever the rules are, campaigns will adjust to give their candidate the best chance for winning. And so I think the campaigns will decide how lengthy of a campaign makes most sense for them. And then I guess finally, what I would like to see is that we put together the topic and put it on Open City Hall, either until the 20th, or we can actually run it up till whatever, is it May 4th, May 5th? Whatever,
May 10th.
May 10th. Whatever it is, whatever our last meeting is before the deadline. You know, and that way we can allow the community to discuss this and kind of give us feedback on what methods that they would prefer. I agree with what was said, that, you know, there is no perfect method. There's a lot of different methods that are proposed, and you know, this one has been around for a very long time, which is an advantage to it, but I actually prefer other methods. But this is the only method other than the plurality voting, our traditional method. And so, you know, between the two, I think that, you know, there's plenty of valid criticism of ranked choice voting, but I think pretty much every criticism for ranked choice voting is even more true or more valid for our current system. And so I feel like this is definitely something we should look into, but I would like the public's feedback on it as well.
Mr. Shipley, I'm going to call on Councillor Ellsworth next, but I'm having a battery problem, and if I don't get back on in time, please be ready to jump in. Go ahead, Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on ranked choice voting. I know that a lot of citizens I've talked to like ranked choice voting because it in some way reduces or minimizes the partisan divide. However, our elections are already nonpartisan. So I understand that value and that virtue at other levels where there are partisan elections. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't check that box for me here in Provo. What I'm not interested in is having someone receive a ballot where they're voting for hypothetically, a mayoral candidate via ranked choice voting and a citywide candidate via traditional voting. Do we call that plurality voting? Anyways, I would hope that on the same ballot, we don't have two different types of elections, that we have the same kind of, in the same election, we have the same kind of election system. Does that make sense? Because I just think that would be extremely confusing to citizens to have, you know, they're having a primary over here in District 8, and in District 8, there's only 3 candidates in their primary, and so they're doing it this way. But for District 9, they have 12 candidates, therefore they're doing ranked choice voting, and that sounds like a disaster to me. I don't want to put that on citizens.
And Councilor Ellsworth, that would be the case. If the city elects to participate in the pilot program, then the entire election is conducted under the pilot program, with this caveat that, as Councilor Harding kind of alluded to in his comments earlier, if one race has 5 candidates and all the other races only have 2, the other races aren't going to have primaries, even if the election officer decides to have a primary, and ranked choice voting is going to have no influence on those elections, but not because it's a different system, just because there aren't enough candidates for the system to come into play.
Right, okay. But just to clarify, if there were, assuming we adopt this and assuming that Amanda decides to implement it during the primary, if there's 3 candidates in District 8 and 17 candidates in District 9, both of those would be utilizing ranked choice voting.
That's my reading, because I think it doesn't say anything in the code about having a primary for specific seats. It's you either have a primary election or you don't have a primary election. If you have a primary election, every seat for which there's more than 2 candidates, there will be a primary, and that primary will be conducted using the ranked choice voting methodology. As Councilor Harding said, if you have a seat that only has 3 candidates, ranked choice voting works by taking the lowest person, eliminating them, and reallocating their votes, which, if there's only 3 of them, doesn't actually do anything, but is still what would happen.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Ellsworth. Is my video back online? Okay, thank you. Other comments or discussion from councilors? Councilor Hoban, have we heard from you yet?
No, I think this meeting is kind of enlightening because I just think there are a lot of unknowns on this, and it makes me really weary to just venture in and jump into it. You know, think of the concerns or questions that have been brought up just by the council members today. I don't think we have this vetted out well enough. Personally, I actually personally support ranked choice voting. But I mean, if we're struggling to even figure out how this is going to function and what benefit it might provide and how we even want to do it, I just think for me, I'm a little uncomfortable just jumping in. I don't know. I just think putting this on our citizens it's a concern for me. In general, I am supportive of ranked choice voting though, because I think, and I'm supportive of experimenting with it to some extent, but just looking, I just feel like we're not ready. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. We're not ready to jump into this just based on even this conversation. So.
And I guess I'm the only one that hasn't commented so far. So my 2 bits is as I've looked at the various options is I think we may have some better options coming, and I would prefer to measure twice and cut once and not jump in right now. Any other comments?
Mr. Sewell, can I just share a comment I put in the comments?
Sure.
Just for context, in 2019, only 2 of the 4 races had 3 or more candidates. The other 2 didn't have primaries, and that was 4 council races. In 2017, the mayor's race, I thought it was 9 candidates. Mayor said it was 11, but in any case, it was a lot. 2 of the 3 council races had 3 or more candidates, and only 1 did not have a primary. That trend is not unusual for municipal politics, that districts tend to have fewer candidates than the mayoral race. And there tend to be more people in the at-large races than there tend to be in the specific district. So that seems to be evident in nearly everything I've read. And I'll say that's anecdotally, but that seems to be what I'm seeing on those things.
Yeah, that year we had 5 candidates in the at-large race. Councilor Harding.
Yeah, I want to make a motion, but let me also mention that I've noticed that when the incumbent mayor is not running again, that generally attracts more candidates, and when the mayor's running for re-election, that generally attracts less other candidates. And then also, 2 years ago, no one had done it, but a couple of cities stepped up, and they report, the surveys show high 80s of voter satisfaction and wanting to use it again. And they did not seem to have any problems with figuring it out. So it was a positive experience for them. I have faith in the voters and in our ability to execute this if we decide that it's what's best for us. But I'd like to move that the council place this item on Open City Hall, and I'll say, for the sake of the motion, say to revisit this item on the 20th of what's next month, April, and to make the decision then. But yeah, my motion is to place this item on City Hall.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A motion by Mr. Harding, second by Mr. Fillmore. Is there any discussion on the motion? I think I saw Cliff's hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Sewell, Mr. Harding, what I would suggest, if you do want to put an item on Open City Hall, it's going to take us a little bit of time to put it together. I would actually suggest that you let us put it on to the end of April, and we'll have the results from that available to you in time for the 4th of May.
So yeah, I'd be happy to amend my motion to have those results ready for us by the 4th of May.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Does Mr. Fillmore need to second the amended motion?
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth.
Consider it so seconded.
Thank you. It's nice to have a backup on parliamentary procedure here. All right, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. Let me get out my list so I don't miss anybody here. I'll go from the bottom of my list this time. Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Councillor Harding.
Yes.
Councillor Hanley.
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote no on that. Thank you. That concludes our regular session, and we'll now look for, I'll turn the time over to Brian Jones concerning closed session.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I'm aware of one matter that's been suggested for closed session. It does have to do with character and competence of an individual, which is a permitted reason for a closed session under state code. It'd be appropriate to close the meeting with a motion at this time, if that's what the council wants to do.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes, Chair, I would move that we adjourn this meeting and move to a closed session.
Motion by Councillor Ellsworth. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Hanley. Any discussion?
Just as a point of order, I think the adjournment doesn't technically happen until the end of the closed meeting. So that actually takes place within the closed meeting.
Yeah, the closed meeting technically is not a separate meeting. It's a closed session of this meeting. So this meeting, you're going to recess and reconvene in closed session to be technical about it.
Okay.
And just in the interest of time, my suggestion is it's 4:33. Let's reconvene in that meeting at 4:40.
4:40.
Chair, I would like to restate my motion, amend my motion. I move that we recess and re-adjourn in a closed session.
Thank you. Does your second stand, Mr. Hanley, I think it was? He's nodding his head, yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll call for a vote on that motion then. Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councillor Hanley?
Yes.
Councillor Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore? You're on mute.
Can't you read my lips? This is a yes.
Yes. Okay. And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. So we'll see you all at 4:40 on the appropriate Zoom link. Thank you.